Beneath the dark blue waters of Guadalupe Island, a shadow more than 15 feet long glides through the depths like a living torpedo. No ripple, no sound. The great white shark is in no hurry. 400 million years of evolution have sculpted every curve of its body into a masterpiece of hydrodynamics, so refined that modern engineers have yet to replicate it. Those pitch-black eyes rotate slowly, scanning the water column above. The ampullae of Lorenzini, embedded in its snout, detect the heartbeat of a fur seal from over 300 feet away, even when the prey lies perfectly still. And then it strikes. From a depth of 60 feet, the great white launches vertically toward the surface at 25 miles per hour, jaws gaping 120 degrees, exposing 300 teeth arranged in 7 rotating rows. The fur seal never comprehends what is happening. Upper jaw plunges in, lower jaw locks down. 4,000 pounds of bite force per square inch shatters the spinal column in less than 1/10 of a second. But the great white does not always confine its violence to weaker prey. Off the Neptune Islands, researchers have documented something few would expect. These sharks attack each other. When two mature males, each exceeding 14 feet, contest control of a seal-rich hunting ground, the confrontation is anything but ceremonial. The larger animal rams its rival broadside, serrated teeth tearing a long gash through hide nearly 3 inches thick. Blood blooms through the water like a dark crimson cloud. The second shark retaliates, clamping its jaws onto the opponent's pectoral fin and rolling its body 360 degrees. A maneuver marine biologists have termed a temporary death roll. The clash lasts nearly 2 minutes before the smaller male retreats, carrying scars that will remain for the rest of its life. Those scars are not marks of defeat. For scientists at the Marine Research Institute in South Africa, every scar is a page in a diary, allowing them to identify individual sharks and reconstruct the invisible territorial map of the ocean floor. The great white possesses the ability to elevate its body temperature 5 to 14 degrees Fahrenheit above the surrounding water. This capacity, known as regional endothermy, makes it one of the few warm-blooded fish on the planet and allows it to hunt in the frigid waters off Alaska and the tropical seas of Polynesia alike. No one has ever witnessed a great white shark sleep. It must swim continuously to force water across its gills, sustaining oxygen flow to a brain weighing nearly 35 grams, the largest brain of any shark species, with the olfactory region occupying 2/3 of its total volume. Each year, great whites in the eastern Pacific undertake a mysterious migration to a stretch of ocean scientists have named the White Shark Cafe, a featureless expanse of open water more than 1,200 miles from the California coast. No coral reefs, no schooling fish, nothing but deep water. Why do they go there? Satellite data reveals they dive to depths approaching 1,000 feet and ascend again, repeating the pattern hundreds of times each day. The leading hypothesis suggests this is a mating ground. Yet after more than 2 decades of research, not a single scientist has ever observed great white sharks mating in the wild. They are also among the few shark species capable of individual recognition, not merely through scent or electrical fields, but through vision. Experiments conducted in 2019 at Mossel Bay, South Africa, demonstrated that great whites distinguish between familiar and unfamiliar seal decoys, adjusting their attack strategy accordingly. Yet there is one creature that sends the ocean's assassin fleeing. When Orca appeared in the waters off Gansbaai in 2017, the entire local population of great whites vanished within hours and did not return for months. Researchers found shark carcasses washed ashore, their livers excised with almost surgical precision. 300 teeth, 400 million years of evolution, a bite that crushes bone. And still, something stands above it in the food chain. The ocean grants no permanent crown. There are only those that adapt and those left behind.
At a depth of 36,000 feet below the surface of the sea, darkness is not merely present, it consumes. Not a single photon of light reaches this realm. No familiar sound exists. The pressure at the bottom of the Mariana Trench reaches 1,086 atmospheres, enough to pulverize steel, to implode a submarine, and to render any living body into nothingness. And yet, life is here. In that perpetual blackness, creatures without eyes, without bones, without lungs, still move, still hunt, still reproduce, as if the pressure never existed. The ocean covers more than 70% of the Earth's surface, 139 million square miles of water. The vast majority of it has never been touched by humankind. From the sunlit shallows to the abyssal plains where the temperature hovers at 36 degrees Fahrenheit, the ocean is divided into 5 layers, each a distinct world with its own rules for survival. The epipelagic zone, from the surface to 650 feet, where light still penetrates and life erupts. The mesopelagic zone, the twilight world where light begins to fade. The bathypelagic zone, where darkness starts its eternal reign. And deeper still, the abyssal, the hadal, where the pressure multiplies hundreds of times over, and where, by all the laws of physics, life should not be possible. Welcome to GaiaDocs, where we explore the most magnificent mysteries of the natural world. Ocean pressure crushes steel. So what allows life to endure when nothing should survive? Somewhere off the coast of South Africa, in the cold, nutrient-rich waters near Seal Island, a shape rises from below, silent, deliberate, and absolute. The great white shark. 20 feet of cartilage, muscle, and 5 rows of serrated teeth, each blade 3 inches long, each designed to shear through bone like a hot wire through wax. Carcharodon carcharias has patrolled these waters for 11 million years. Its ancestors survived 5 mass extinctions. Its electroreceptors, hundreds of gel-filled pores clustered around the snout, detect the faintest electrical impulse of a beating heart from over 3 feet away. At dawn, the great white launches its signature attack, a vertical ambush from below, accelerating to 25 miles per hour in a single thrust. For centuries, the great white ruled these waters without challenge. No rival dared contest its authority. No predator could match its speed, its sensory arsenal, its sheer mass of destruction. Then, in 1997, everything changed. A female orca, later identified by researchers as a member of the offshore ecotype, was filmed killing a great white shark near the Farallon Islands, off the coast of San Francisco. She held the shark upside down, inducing a state called tonic immobility, a neurological paralysis triggered when a shark is inverted. The shark, a proven apex predator, a creature that had dominated every ocean on Earth, lay motionless in the jaws of an animal that understood its nervous system better than any scientist at the time. The orca did not eat the entire body. She extracted only the liver, a single organ weighing up to 600 pounds, rich in squalene, a dense lipid that provides buoyancy and energy. Surgical, selective, calculated. Within hours, every great white shark in the area vanished. Not for days, not for weeks, for months. Acoustic tags confirmed that tagged individuals fled hundreds of miles in a matter of hours, a mass exodus triggered by the death of a single shark. Marine biologists call this the landscape of fear, a phenomenon where the mere presence of a superior predator alters the behavior of an entire ecosystem, even when no active hunting occurs. In Gansbaai, South Africa, once known as the great white shark capital of the world, a pair of orcas designated port and starboard have been documented killing at least 8 great whites since 2015. Each carcass displayed the same precise wound, a single incision below the pectoral fin, the liver removed, the rest of the body discarded. Port and starboard are recognizable by their collapsed dorsal fins, one leaning to port, the other to starboard, a trait sometimes seen in captive orcas, but exceptionally rare in the wild. Their hunting method is identical every time: coordinated approach, forced inversion, liver extraction. No wasted motion, no variation. A perfected protocol, repeated with surgical consistency. Since their arrival, the great white population in Gansbaai has collapsed. Sharks that once gathered in groups of dozens have disappeared from the bay entirely. Some have been tracked, relocating as far as Algoa Bay, over 500 miles to the east. "11 million years of apex dominance, undone not by a stronger predator, but by a smarter one." This is the first lesson the ocean teaches at the surface. Raw power is never enough. In a world where pressure governs all from the shallows to the abyss, the creature that adapts its mind will always outlast the creature that relies only on its body. And it is precisely this principal adaptation against pressure that defines every layer of the ocean beneath us. The answer is scattered across the 5 oceanic zones, hidden within the bodies of the planet's most extraordinary creatures, from the apex predators of the surface to the gelatinous phantoms of the abyss. To find the answer, we must descend. Each deeper layer is a new ordeal that only beings refined by millions of years of evolution can overcome. And the journey begins at the very surface, where the water pressure is just 1 atmosphere. But the battle for survival is already unimaginably fierce. Here, in the sunlit zone, where the undisputed rulers of the ocean reign, and where the first boundary of pressure has already divided the strong from the stronger. The orca, 11 tons of muscle, 30 feet in length, its dorsal fin rising nearly 6.5 feet, slicing the surface like a blade aimed at the sky. Their black and white coat is more than just an identifier. The oval white patches behind the eyes, the faint grey saddle patch behind the dorsal fin, each individual bears a unique, unrepeated pattern. With interlocking conical teeth, each up to 4 inches long, orcas do not chew, they tear. And they tear everything, from schools of herring to seals, from sea lions to great white sharks. But the true power of this species lies not in muscle or fang. It lies in collective intelligence. Each orca pod is led by an old female, the matriarch. She is the pod's living memory, carrying decades of knowledge about migration routes, hunting grounds, and survival tactics. The pod's structure is matrilineal offspring remain with their mother for life. Generations travel together, hunt together, and speak the same language. Some orca populations are on the verge of extinction. The southern resident pod in the Pacific has only about 73 individuals remaining. The loss of each one is a blow to the entire social fabric of the pod. They leap from the water, breaching meters into the air, then crash down in a column of white spray, spy-hopping, raising their heads vertically to survey the surface. Tail-slapping, repeatedly striking the water with their flukes. These are not mere displays, they are communication. Yes, language. Each orca pod possesses a distinct system of sounds, a dialect that other pods cannot understand. They communicate with clicks, whistles, and complex pulsed calls. Their echolocation system emits high-frequency clicks that bounce off every object in the water, creating a three-dimensional acoustic map of the world around them, even in zero visibility. And when hunting, that collective intelligence becomes military strategy. The carousel feeding technique, the pod, circles a school of fish, herding them into a dense ball. then stuns small groups with tail strikes before feeding. The wave washing technique, a coordinated surge to wash a seal off a floating ice floe. Intentional stranding, launching themselves onto beaches to snatch sea lions, then wriggling back to the water. Daring, calculated. No other marine mammal attempts this. With a burst speed of up to 34 miles per hour, the orca is the fastest, most intelligent, and most formidable predator on the ocean's surface. Their menu is vast, ranging from schools of cod and tuna to seals, sea lions, dolphins, and even great whales. No creature in the ocean is exempt. They will even consume the liver of a great white shark to learn its behavior, passed down through generations. It is not instinct, it is culture. In some seas, individual pods specialize eating only a single type of prey. This pod eats only salmon, that one only seals. Another hunts sharks exclusively for their livers. Each pod is a distinct culinary culture. But even this absolute monarch has a limit it cannot cross. Pressure. Orcas rarely dive deeper than a few hundred feet. Their lungs, their rigid skeleton, their bodies designed for surface speed, all become liabilities as the pressure builds. They are masters of the shallows. Where the pressure begins to tighten its grip, another species has found a solution not through strength, but through intellect. The bottlenose dolphin, up to 13 feet in length, weighing over 1,100 pounds, with a light grey skin that fades on its underside and a distinctively curved, sickle-shaped dorsal fin. "80 to 100 conical teeth line its jaws not for chewing, but for gripping slippery prey before swallowing it whole. But the dolphin's most potent weapon is not its teeth, it is its brain. Dolphins live in complex social groups called pods. But unlike any other herd in nature, their structure is in constant flux. Scientists call it a fission-fusion society. Individuals leave one group, join another, then return, creating a social network of astonishing flexibility. Pods can range from a few individuals to hundreds, even thousands, when groups converge on abundant feeding grounds. And here is a remarkable fact. The orca is, in fact, a member of the dolphin family Delphinidae. They are the world's largest dolphin. The ocean's apex predator is, taxonomically speaking, a giant dolphin. Within this social world, hierarchies are clearly established. Males determine their rank through headbutting, biting, and chasing. They often form alliances, 2 or 3 males cooperating to compete against other coalitions. Females build their hierarchy through kinship. Closely related females will support one another in raising young and defending territory. And to maintain such a complex social network, dolphins have developed one of the most sophisticated communication systems in the animal kingdom. Whistles, each individual possesses a unique signature whistle, like a name. Pulsed calls to convey emotion, and echolocation clicks to see with sound in the dark water. Each pod develops its own dialect, variations on whistles that only its members understand. Language is not just a tool, it is identity. When hunting, social intelligence translates into coordinated tactics. A pod of dolphins will encircle a school of mackerel, herring, or cod, herding them into a dense ball near the surface, then taking turns to charge in and feed. Each day, an adult dolphin consumes up to 18 pounds of food, mackerel, herring, cod, and squid. Between hunts, they play, leaping from the water, riding the bow waves of boats, swimming in synchronized, perfectly choreographed ballets, spy hopping, lifting their heads from the water to observe the world above. Recreational behavior in dolphins is not wasted energy. Researchers believe it is how they reinforce social bonds, practice hunting skills, and maintain their mental well-being. Dolphins are also one of the few species on Earth to show signs of empathy. They have been observed assisting injured individuals, lifting comrades to the surface to breathe, and even protecting humans from sharks. This intelligence is reflected in their brain size, one of the largest brain-to-body mass ratios in the animal kingdom, second only to humans. But life in the sunlit zone is not without its threats. Tiger sharks, great whites, bull sharks, and their own distant relative, the orca, are all deadly adversaries. The dolphin's solution is not to outrun its enemies. It is to outthink them, to coordinate, to use sound to turn a dark labyrinth into a brightly lit map. The dolphin's sonar, a sophisticated echolocation system that allows them to detect objects hundreds of feet away in murky water, is the first answer to the ocean's darkness. But sonar has its limits. As the water deepens, the pressure grows, the temperature drops, the effectiveness of echolocation diminishes. Dolphins typically operate at depths of around 980 feet, sometimes deeper, but they must always return to the surface to breathe. Lungs. That is the invisible chain that tethers every marine mammal to the surface. No matter how intelligent, no matter how fast, they still must breathe. But below the dolphin pods, where sonar is no longer strong enough to pierce the gloom, where the pressure begins to crush any rigid structure, other creatures have found an entirely different way. They need no sonar, no lungs, no bones. And they were here for millions of years before the first dolphin appeared on Earth. Now, we dive deeper, beyond the threshold of light, beyond the limits of every surface-dwelling marine mammal, into the zone where pressure becomes the primary enemy and where life is forced to rewrite all the rules. The bathypelagic zone, 3,300 feet down. Here, sunlight is a distant memory. The temperature drops to around 36 degrees Fahrenheit, and the pressure over 100 atmospheres is enough to implode the lungs of any marine mammal. The sperm whale, the largest toothed creature on the planet, and the only one that breathes at the surface, yet dares to descend into the abyss where the pressure exceeds 200 atmospheres. Its enormous head accounts for nearly a third of its total body length. This is no accident. Inside, it contains the spermaceti organ, a mass of tissue filled with a waxy oil that can change its density with temperature. As the sperm whale prepares to dive, cold water flowing around it solidifies the spermaceti oil, increasing the body's density, allowing it to sink with almost no expenditure of energy. A biological elevator designed by millions of years of evolution. Its skin is a dark, almost black grey, often covered in scars from battles with its own kind and with its prey. They have no true dorsal fin, only a low dorsal hump. The pectoral fins are small and paddle-shaped. The tail flukes are immense, powerful, the main source of propulsion for every dive. And every dive is a true expedition. Sperm whales can descend to over 7,400 feet. Some estimates suggest they may reach 9,800 feet. Each dive lasts from 45 to 90 minutes, nearly 2 hours underwater without a breath. At that depth, the pressure exceeds 200 atmospheres. The sperm whale's ribcage is designed to collapse, bending under the strain instead of breaking. Its lungs deflate, forcing air out of the cavities to prevent decompression sickness. Their bodies contain many times more myoglobin in their muscles than terrestrial animals, a protein that stores oxygen directly in the muscle tissue, allowing them to function without breathing for almost 2 hours. Their blood is also specialized a much higher concentration of hemoglobin than land mammals allows, for more efficient oxygen transport to every cell. The entire body is a mobile oxygen storage system. But diving deep is not for sightseeing. It is for feeding. Each day, an adult sperm whale consumes over a ton of food, primarily giant squid, octopus, and deep-sea fish. And to find prey in the absolute darkness, they possess the most powerful biological weapon in the ocean. Echolocation, but not the kind found in dolphins or orcas. The click of a sperm whale can reach 230 decibels, the loudest biological sound on Earth. Louder than a jet engine, louder than anything nature has ever produced. Each click travels through the water, bouncing off every object, creating a detailed acoustic map of the surrounding darkness. The sperm whale does not see its prey, it hears its prey. And when it detects a target, a giant squid hiding thousands of feet deep, the chase begins in absolute silence. No light, no sound, just two colossal beings dueling in the dark. The evidence of these battles is etched onto the sperm whale's skin, circular scars from the squid suckers, permanent and unfading. The giant squid Architeuthis can weigh nearly 660 pounds. The colossal squid Mesonychoteuthis is even larger, up to half a ton. This is no easy prey. But sperm whales are more than just divers and hunters. They are also creatures with a remarkable social life. The sperm whale's brain weighs around 18 pounds, the largest of any animal that has ever existed on Earth. And that brain is not just for echolocation. They sleep in a way no other creature can, vertically, suspended in the water, heads pointing towards the surface. The entire pod hangs, motionless, like giant pillars adrift in the ocean. Scientists call this phenomenon sleeping pillars. Their sleep occurs in short bursts, just a few minutes at a time, because they must wake to breathe. Even in sleep, the pressure and the need for oxygen govern every moment. The worldwide population of sperm whales is estimated to be between 300,000 and 450,000 individuals. The IUCN lists them as vulnerable. The sperm whale is living proof that lungs are not an insurmountable barrier. But the sperm whale's solution, a collapsible skeleton, deflating lungs, concentrated myoglobin, is still the solution of a body with bones, a body that must fight the pressure with every descent. But what if there are no bones, no lungs? What if the body is made of a material that pressure passes through without destroying? Deeper still, in a zone that even the sperm whale only visits before it must return, a creature has found the most perfect solution to the problem of pressure. And that solution is surprisingly simple: become water. The deep-sea octopus. No bones, no lungs, no swim bladder. Its body is almost entirely gelatinous, with a density nearly identical to the surrounding seawater. Herein lies the greatest paradox of the deep ocean. The softest creature is also the most pressure-resistant. Because pressure only crushes things with empty spaces inside lungs, swim bladders, hollow bones, when a body contains no air, pressure passes through it without destruction. The deep-sea octopus is proof that sometimes the best solution is not to resist the force, but to let it flow through you. In the perpetual darkness of the ocean floor, eyes become useless. And indeed, Many deep-sea octopus species are almost completely blind. There is no need to change skin color when no one can see you. Instead of eyes, they see with chemistry. Hundreds of suckers on each arm are equipped with chemoreceptors capable of detecting dissolved molecules in the water at incredibly low concentrations. Each sucker also functions as a mechanoreceptor, sensing the slightest vibrations in the water column. And in a world where 76% of deep-sea organisms produce their own light bioluminescence, the octopus is one of the few to remain in complete darkness. No glow, no reflection, absolute invisibility. And the way they move, or rather, the way they barely move at all, is another masterpiece of evolution under pressure. The metabolism of a deep-sea octopus is so slow it is almost frozen. They consume a minimal amount of food: amphipods, copepods, polychaete worms, bivalves, and marine snow, the constant organic rain falling from the upper water layers. They do not chase their food. They wait, with endless patience. When prey passes by a single, swift, and precise extension of a tentacle in the absolute dark. Marine snow, the continuous shower of dead organisms, feces, and organic detritus from the upper layers, is the primary source of nutrition for the entire ecosystem of the deep ocean floor. Without it, the abyss would be a true desert. Occasionally, they hunt actively attacking small fish or scavenging on carcasses that drift down from above. But most of their lives are spent waiting. Where energy is scarce, wasting a single calorie can be the difference between life and death. When threatened, some deep-sea octopus species retain their ancient defense mechanism, squirting ink. A cloud of black ink explodes in the water, confusing the predator, concealing the direction of escape. And if the predator persists, their slippery, gelatinous body makes a firm grip nearly impossible, like trying to catch water with your hands. They are the ghosts of the abyss, present but nearly invisible, alive but almost motionless, predators who expend almost no energy to hunt. But at the same depth, another creature has chosen a completely opposite strategy. Instead of becoming water, they wear armor. Instead of being soft, they are rigid. And somehow, they make both strategies work at the same time. The deep-sea starfish, a star-shaped body with a central disc and 5 radiating arms, sometimes more. Sizes range from a few inches to over 3 feet in the largest individuals. And here is the most astonishing thing. The starfish is armored with calcified plates and spines covering its surface. But inside, it has no rigid bones, no lungs, no air cavities. Their bodies are mostly water and collagen. Pressure cannot crush what is already full of water. and the external armor is a system of flexible plates that can bend with the pressure instead of shattering. Armor without rigidity, protection without resistance, that is the secret. And in the deepest parts of the ocean, where the temperature is near freezing and the darkness is eternal, the starfish is completely blind. No eyes, no vision, no functioning optical organs whatsoever, but they still move, find food, and avoid danger. How? With the same two senses the octopus uses, vibration and chemical sensing. Mechanoreceptors to feel disturbances in the water, chemoreceptors to smell food from a distance. They move using tube feet, hundreds of tiny hydraulic-powered appendages on the underside of each arm. Slow, patient, but relentless. An extremely slow metabolism helps the starfish survive at near freezing temperatures. When it finds prey, often a bivalve, the starfish uses its tube feet to grip the two halves of the shell, and then it pulls. A constant, tireless force that can last for hours until the mollusk exhausts itself and opens. Then the starfish does its most bizarre trick. It everts its stomach out of its body, pushes it into the gap between the shells, and begins digesting its prey right there before swallowing. Besides bivalves, they also eat crustaceans, coral polyps, organic debris, and marine snow, anything that falls from the world above. Some deep-sea starfish secrete toxins or foul-tasting substances, a chemical defense against predators in the dark. And if an arm is lost to a predator or an accident, it grows back. Regeneration is an ability most terrestrial animals lost hundreds of millions of years ago, yet the starfish retains it. A new, complete arm grows back from the wound, as if time has no meaning for them. The deep-sea starfish is the answer to a question evolution took hundreds of millions of years to solve. How do you wear armor without being crushed by the pressure? If you too are fascinated by these extraordinary creatures of the deep, share your thoughts in the comments below. From the sperm whale conquering pressure with a collapsible skeleton, to the octopus dissolving into it with a gelatinous body, to the starfish balancing armor and flexibility, each species is a different answer to the same question. But they all choose one world and remain there. There are creatures that do not choose. They move between the zones, from the warm surface to the freezing abyss, and back again. They must endure not just one level of pressure, but all levels, constantly changing, without rest. That is the greatest challenge the ocean presents, and only a few species on Earth can overcome it. The elephant seal, the mammal that endures the greatest pressure differential of all, from 0 atmospheres on the beach to over 200 atmospheres at a depth of 6,500 feet, and then back to the surface. And physical pressure is not the only challenge. The elephant seal must also endure another kind of pressure, social pressure, as unforgiving as the ocean floor. The sexual dimorphism in this species is almost unbelievable. A mature male can weigh over 4 tons, 4 times more than a female, who rarely exceeds 1 ton. The male possesses a distinctive inflatable nose, the proboscis, a fleshy sac that can be inflated to amplify his roars during the mating season. The sound carries for hundreds of yards across the crowded beach, declaring territorial dominance. On land, the elephant seal appears pathetically clumsy, a colossal mass of flesh dragging itself across the sand, moving by contracting its body like a caterpillar, slow, cumbersome, vulnerable. But the moment it touches the water, everything changes. Its fused hind flippers act like the propeller of a submarine, driving its body through the water with incredible efficiency. The elephant seal transforms from the clumsiest creature on land to one of the most accomplished divers in the ocean. They dive to depths of 4,900 to 6,500 feet deeper than most military submarines. Each dive lasts from 20 to 120 minutes. They spend 80% of their time at sea beneath the surface. This means that for most of its life, the elephant seal lives in darkness, under immense pressure, surfacing only to breathe before descending once more. They even sleep while diving. Sleep occurs in short bursts of a few minutes. The body slowly sinks as the brain enters a state of rest. Scientists call it sleep apnea diving. The breeding season poses the most brutal challenge. Females come ashore to give birth, and during the entire nursing period, they can lose up to 660 pounds of body weight. On shore, they are gregarious, gathering in large, noisy, crowded colonies. But at sea, they become entirely solitary, silent, with only darkness and pressure for company. This contrast, raucous on land, silent underwater, reflects the two worlds the elephant seal must inhabit. No other creature experiences such an extreme environmental dichotomy. Meanwhile, the males fight. The clashes between males competing for mating rights are bloody battles, heads crashing into heads, teeth tearing flesh, the beach stained with blood. The southern elephant seal, the largest pinniped on the planet, can have males reaching up to 20 feet in length. They are true giants, but when they leave the beach and dive into the deep sea, they become prey. And orcas all hunt elephant seals. At the surface, when they emerge to breathe, to rest, to warm themselves, that is when they are most vulnerable. They have no starfish armor. No octopus-like gelatinous body. No 230 decibel echolocation like a sperm whale. They have only endurance. But if the elephant seal is a symbol of endurance, then our next creature is a symbol of choice, choosing to face the pressure not out of obligation, but out of necessity. The whale shark, 60 feet in length, 22 tons in weight, the largest fish that has ever existed on the planet. And also one of the gentlest. A flat, wide head with a mouth that opens at the front rather than underneath, a complete departure from most sharks. Inside that mouth, around 3,000 tiny teeth are arranged in rows, but they do not bite, ever. The whale shark is a filter feeder. It opens its enormous mouth, sucks in seawater through a sophisticated system of filter pads in its gills, and traps krill, copepods, crab larvae, sardines, anchovies, small mackerel, fish eggs, and small squid. The same feeding method is used by manta rays in shallower waters. Both are the living filters of the ocean, keeping the water column in balance. Its blue-gray back is covered in white and yellow spots, like a starry night sky scattered across its skin. Each individual has a unique pattern of spots, unrepeated, like a human fingerprint. Researchers use these patterns to identify individuals. Two dorsal fins and a crescent-shaped tail, propelling its massive body through the ocean with surprising grace. But what makes the whale shark a true zone crosser is not its size, it is its diving behavior. Whale sharks can dive to nearly 6,500 feet into the freezing, black, crushing pressure zone, and they do it not to hunt or to escape predators. They dive to lower their body temperature. Thermoregulation. After feeding in the warm surface waters, their enormous bodies accumulate heat. Diving into the cold depths is how they cool down, like immersing themselves in a bath of ice water. During these deep dives, their heart rate can drop to just 5 or 6 beats per minute. A heart weighing tens of pounds, beating as slowly as a grandfather clock in the dark. And their natural armor against the pressure? Skin up to 4 inches thick, the thickest of any living animal. That skin doesn't just resist pressure, it resists shark teeth. Whale sharks migrate across oceans, distances of up to 12,400 miles. One female named Anne, tracked by scientists, traveled over 12,515 miles across the Pacific. On these journeys, whale sharks coexist peacefully with humpback whales, manta rays, remoras, and sea turtles. No conflict, no competition. This giant shares the ocean without claiming dominion. Young whale sharks are vulnerable to attacks from great white sharks, tiger sharks, and orcas. But as adults, with their 4-inch thick skin and overwhelming size, almost no natural predator dares to attack. They can live from 100 to 150 years, a lifespan confirmed by carbon-14 dating of their vertebrae. True strength needs no fangs or venom sometimes. It just needs endurance and time. The IUCN lists the whale shark as endangered. Their population is declining. The gentlest giant of the ocean is slowly disappearing. And that is not a natural pressure. From the orca ruling the surface, to the dolphin conquering the darkness with sonar, from the sperm whale with its collapsing bones diving to the abyss, to the octopus dissolving into the pressure, from the starfish in its flexible armor, to the elephant seal enduring every zone, to the whale shark calmly traversing the ocean, each is a masterpiece of evolution against the challenge of pressure. But there is a new pressure, one that none of these species, despite millions of years of evolution, was prepared to face. The pressure created by humans. Every year, more than 15 million tons of plastic enter the ocean. Plastic on the surface. Plastic in the mesopelagic zone. Plastic at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, at a depth of 33,000 feet, where once there was only pressure and darkness. The Great Pacific Garbage Patch, the largest floating dump on the planet, spans about 620,000 square miles, 3 times the size of France, and it is still growing. Every person who understands that the ocean is not an infinite dumping ground is a step forward. Every child who knows that a whale shark lives for over 100 years is a reason to protect it. The question is not whether pressure can crush life. 4 billion years of evolution have already answered that. The question is whether we, the only species that does not live under the ocean's pressure, but creates a new one for all, the others are wise enough to stop. At a depth of 36,000 feet, the darkness still reigns, the pressure still crushes, and life, against all odds, is still here, still moving, still breathing, still waiting patiently. As it has waited for hundreds of millions of years. Thank you for joining GaiaDocs. The ocean still has countless stories waiting to be told if you haven't subscribed. Now is the perfect time. We'll see you on the next dive. A colossal shadow glides through the dark water, slow and imperious. No sound, no light. Only the overwhelming presence of a creature the ocean has erased from history. Three and a half million years ago, Megalodon reigned over every ocean on the planet, reaching lengths of 49 to 66 feet, with fossilized teeth up to 7 inches long. It was the most formidable predator ever to exist in the deep. Its bite force reached from 108,500 to 182,200 newtons, 10 times that of today's great white shark. No marine creature could escape those jaws. Then, it vanished. The climate shifted, prey grew scarce, and new competitors emerged. Megalodon, the ocean's undefeated sovereign, became extinct. This is the story of the predators that have commanded the oceans for over 450 million years. From the sunlit surface to the lightless abyss, from lightning speed to eternal patience. The central question is singular. Sharks have survived 5 mass extinctions, but is there a limit that not even the most ancient predator can overcome? Welcome to GaiaDocs, where we explore the most extraordinary secrets the natural world holds, hidden beneath the waves. Which species dives the deepest? Which lives the longest? Which is so small it can terrorize even a great whale? The answers are scattered through every layer of the deep, and each is more astonishing than the last. To understand sharks, one must first understand their home. The ocean is a vertical tower of 5 distinct floors, each with its own rules, its own pressures, and its own unique inhabitants. The top floor, the epipelagic, stretches from the surface to 656 feet. This is the kingdom of light, where photosynthesis fuels the food chain and speed determines survival. Below lies the mesopelagic, the twilight zone, from 656 to 3,280 feet, where light fades and creatures begin to glow to survive. Deeper still, the bathypelagic is submerged in perpetual darkness from 3,280 to 13,123 feet. Then comes the abyssopelagic, the abyss, and finally the hadopelagic, where the Mariana Trench reaches 35,876 feet below sea level. Sharks have conquered nearly every floor of this tower, and their journey began where the light is brightest at the surface. "450 million years ago, during the Ordovician period, when not a single vertebrate walked the land, the ancestors of sharks were already gliding through primordial oceans. They predate the dinosaurs by more than 200 million years. In 2022, paleontologists in China announced a startling discovery in the journal Nature, a 439-million-year-old fossil from Guizhou, the oldest jawed fish ever recorded. This finding rewrites evolutionary history. It proves that sharks are not merely ancient, they are one of the most successful lineages life has ever produced. About 420 million years ago, shark ancestors split from primitive cartilaginous fish. By the Jurassic period, some 195 million years ago, the order Hexanchiformes appeared, carrying primitive traits still present today in the six-gill shark. From about 360 known species in the 1980s, modern science has now documented over 500 species of shark. In 2023, off the coast of Western Australia, CSIRO researchers described an entirely new species, the demon cat shark, Apristurus ovicorrugatus. It has glowing white eyes and an egg case with T-shaped ridges seen in no other species. That same year, the painted horn shark, a species distinct from Heterodontus zebra, was confirmed in the waters of northwestern Australia at depths between 410 and 751 feet. In the shallow coral reefs of Indonesia and Papua New Guinea, another group of sharks has evolved in a most unexpected direction. Walking sharks of the genus Hemicillium use their pectoral and pelvic fins to stroll across the seabed, and can even leave the water for short periods. From the demon cat shark, with its ghostly white eyes, to the walking shark that steps across coral, 450 million years of evolution has produced a diversity beyond imagination. But what is most remarkable is not the number of species. It is their adaptability. Sharks have reshaped their bodies to conquer every oceanic layer, from shallow reefs of a few feet to abyssal plains thousands of feet deep. And in the uppermost layer, the epipelagic, where sunlight penetrates and the food chain is richest, one immutable law governs every encounter. Speed is king. The blue shark is one of the ocean's greatest travelers. Distributed across all three major oceans, the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian, it migrates thousands of miles each year, following currents that humankind has yet to fully map. Its body is a sleek, torpedo-like form, its skin an iridescent blue, the deepest shade of blue in the shark world. Large eyes scan the water ahead, while an olfactory system can detect a single drop of blood dissolved in millions of gallons of seawater. Blue sharks inhabit the shallow waters, from the surface down to 656 feet, the light-rich epipelagic zone. They follow warm currents, crossing distances few other sharks would attempt, pursuing seasonal migrations of squid and small fish. The blue shark's hunting strategy is built on endurance. It can swim continuously for hours, its snout slightly raised to reduce drag. its long pectoral fins spread like glider wings. Its cruising speed is around 22 miles per hour, not the fastest, but enough to sustain a chase over hundreds of miles without exhaustion. During their migration, blue sharks can cross the entire Atlantic Ocean from the east coast of North America to Western Europe and then return. A journey of thousands of miles, completed with astonishing precision year after year. But the title of the ocean's fastest predator belongs to a machine honed by millions of years of evolution for a single purpose: an explosive burst of speed at the decisive moment. This allows its muscles to work more efficiently and react faster, a vital advantage when hunting tuna and swordfish at breathtaking speeds. This internal heating works thanks to a special network of blood vessels called the rete mirabile, where warm blood from the muscles transfers heat to cool blood from the gills before it returns to the body. As a result, the mako's core temperature remains several degrees above the surrounding seawater. The mako's body is perfectly sculpted. A pointed snout to slice through the water, a rounded torso to minimize drag, and a crescent-shaped tail for maximum propulsion. When a mako closes in on its prey, its entire body becomes a living arrow. Not an ounce of fat is wasted. Not a muscle fiber is out of place. In that instant, the line between hunter and weapon completely disappears. A swordfish weighing over 440 pounds can outpace almost any creature in the ocean. But when a mako begins to accelerate, the chase lasts only seconds. The first bite is often aimed at the tail, disabling its ability to swim before circling back to finish the hunt. It is a ruthless efficiency, honed by natural selection over tens of millions of years. No wasted energy, no second chances. But speed, however impressive, is just one strategy. And in the epipelagic zone, there is a predator that doesn't need to be the fastest, because it possesses everything else. The great white shark, Carcharodon carcharias, is the embodiment of absolute power. Its bite force reaches around 18,000 newtons. Its teeth are 2 3/4 inches long and are replaced continuously throughout its life, a weapons factory that never shuts down. Over its lifetime, a single great white can produce more than 20,000 teeth. The row behind constantly pushes the one in front out, ensuring every bite is as sharp as the first. No other vertebrate possesses such an effective weapons replacement system. At Seal Island, off the coast of South Africa, great whites have perfected a spectacular hunting technique, the ambush from below. They launch themselves from the depths at terrifying speed, propelling their entire bodies out of the water, a breaching technique that very few other sharks can perform. The moment a one-ton great white shark leaps clear of the sea, a seal clamped in its jaws is one of the most breathtaking spectacles nature can offer. But breaching is not a simple, instinctive act. Great whites calculate their angle of attack, their closing speed, and the position of their prey before launching. But strength is not their only weapon. The snout of a great white is covered in thousands of tiny pores, the ampullae of Lorenzini. These jelly-filled canals allow them to detect the faint electrical fields generated by the heartbeat and muscle contractions of their prey, even when it is lying motionless beneath the sand. This electromagnetic sensory system is so refined it can detect a signal as weak as a billionth of a volt. A technology that took humans centuries to develop, sharks have possessed for hundreds of millions of years. Research also shows that great whites have a far more complex social life than the lone hunter image portrayed by Hollywood. They establish hierarchies based on size, avoid unnecessary conflict, and even display curiosity when encountering unfamiliar objects. And this is what makes the great white the first cross-zone traveler in our story. They do not hunt only at the surface. Data from satellite tags show great whites diving to depths of 3,937 feet, far beyond the boundary of light, into the realm of perpetual darkness. Why would a master of the surface venture into these cold, crushing depths? Is it to escape the orca, the only foe that makes a great white flee? Or to regulate its body temperature after an energy-intensive breach? Or is it simply to follow food into a place where no competitor dares to go? The answer lies in the deeper layers. For beneath the sunlit zone, every night, the largest biomass migration on the planet quietly unfolds, and it draws all predators down into the darkness. But below 656 feet, where the sunlight fades and then vanishes completely, the rules change. Speed becomes meaningless, and a completely different strategy begins to take precedence. Patience. "656 feet below the surface. With every foot, the sunlight weakens until it is just a faint memory. This is the boundary where the epipelagic zone gives way to the mesopelagic, the eternal twilight. During the Second World War, military vessels equipped with sonar detected a strange phenomenon, a false bottom, that seemed to rise and fall with the day. They called it the deep scattering layer. The truth was more wondrous than any military theory. This was a layer of billions of organisms, lanternfish, squid, krill, zooplankton, and jellyfish, undertaking the largest vertical migration on the planet. By day, they hide at depths of 984 to 1,640 feet, avoiding the light and its predators. As darkness falls, these billions of creatures rise toward the surface to feed before descending again at dawn. The biomass involved in this migration dwarfs any on land. It is greater than the herds of wildebeest in the Serengeti, greater than the monarch butterflies flying to Mexico. And it happens every single night, in every ocean. The deep scattering layer is a vast, mobile feast, and it draws predators down from the surface into the darkness, for where there is food, there are sharks. Lanternfish make up the bulk of the deep scattering layer's biomass. Each one is only the size of a finger, but their total global population is estimated to exceed that of all other fish species combined. They are the foundation of the deep-sea food web. And the vertical migration of the deep scattering layer is not just about feeding. It plays a crucial role in transporting carbon from the surface to the deep sea, a climate-regulating mechanism that science is only just beginning to understand. But to pursue this mobile feast, sharks must face challenges that surface speed cannot solve. And that is where the rules of the game change. Let us descend into those deeper zones, one by one. From 656 to 3,280 feet, the mesopelagic zone, the light vanishes, the temperature plummets, and the pressure increases tenfold compared to the surface. This is the twilight zone, where bioluminescent creatures create fleeting streaks of blue and green in the gloom. Deeper from 3,280 to 13,123 feet is the bathypelagic, the midnight zone. Not a single photon of sunlight reaches here. The temperature is near freezing. The pressure is enough to crush any conventional submarine. Deeper still is the abyssopelagic, the abyss from 13,000 to 20,000 feet. And finally, the hadopelagic, where the Mariana Trench plunges to 35,876 feet. In these abysses, the Dumbo octopus glides on fins that resemble elephant ears. Sea cucumbers crawl slowly, recycling nutrients from the remains of creatures that fall from above. Marine snow, the only source of life where there is no light. And among all these strange beings, sharks, the rulers of the surface, are also descending. Not all can make the journey, but those courageous enough will find a world where speed no longer matters. The question is, how deep do they dive and why? The scalloped hammerhead, Sperm lewini, is perhaps the most persistent diver of the surface-dwelling sharks. Satellite tracking data shows them making repeated dives to depths between 2,162 and 3,186 feet. They do this almost every day, without fail. This is not incidental behavior. It is a strategy encoded in instinct over millions of years. What makes the hammerhead such an effective deep diver lies in its most distinctive feature, the cephalofoil, the most unique anatomical structure in the shark world. The cephalofoil is not merely an odd shape. It expands the shark's field of vision to 360 degrees vertically, while also spreading its ampullae of Lorenzini over a wider area than any other shark. In the total darkness, 9,500 feet down, the hammerhead sweeps its head back and forth like a living metal detector. Every faint electromagnetic signal from a hidden fish is instantly detected. And when diving into water that is near freezing, the hammerhead employs a remarkable technique. It partially closes its gill slits, reducing the flow of cold water through its body. It is like a diver tightening a wetsuit to conserve heat. This mechanism allows it to maintain a core body temperature high enough for its muscles to function efficiently, even when the surrounding water is just a few degrees above freezing. But the hammerhead is not the deepest diver. The great white shark, the same spectacular breacher from Seal Island, has been recorded at a depth of 3,937 feet. Why does a master of the light seek the darkness? Scientists propose 3 theories: navigating by the Earth's magnetic field during migration, saving energy by gliding on cold currents, and regulating its body temperature after explosive hunts at the surface. Perhaps the answer is all 3. Or perhaps we have yet to fully understand its reasons. The ocean keeps its secrets better than any place on land. But the most astonishing deep diver is also the gentlest of creatures, the whale shark. Rhynchodontypus, the largest fish on the planet, can grow up to 59 feet long and weigh over 20 tons. With a mouth nearly 5 feet wide, it filters thousands of gallons of water every hour to harvest plankton and small fish. A gentle giant, it migrates thousands of miles, from Mexico to the Philippines, from Ningaloo in Australia to the Maldives, following routes that science is still deciphering. And then, satellite data revealed a shocking secret. Whale sharks dive to 6,273 feet, nearly twice as deep as the next contender among surface-dwelling sharks. (6,273 feet), a place where light is non-existent. The pressure is nearly 200 times that at the surface, and the temperature is near freezing. Why would a filter feeder, entirely dependent on surface plankton, venture into the abyss? The answer may lie in a concept called gigantothermy. The whale shark's colossal size creates thermal inertia, much like a huge block of concrete retains heat longer than a small brick. Though it is a cold-blooded species, its body loses heat so slowly that it can dive deep for significant periods before needing to return to the surface to warm up. What is most extraordinary is that the whale shark, a species with no internal heating, no active heat retention mechanisms, dives deeper than the great white, a regional endotherm. The ocean's surface is merely the tip of the iceberg. The true lives of sharks are far more complex, multidimensional, and deeper than we ever imagined. But here, our story takes an unexpected turn, because in the middle waters, where light is just a memory, it is not the largest that is the most dangerous. Sometimes, the most terrifying things come in packages so small you would never see them coming until it is too late. The cookie-cutter shark Isistius brasiliensis is only 16 to 22 inches long, smaller than an adult's arm. But its list of victims includes whales, great white sharks, dolphins, seals, and nuclear submarines. Its secret lies in its glowing skin. Thousands of photophores on the cookie cutter's belly emit a greenish light counter-illumination which blends in with the faint light from above, making it nearly invisible to predators looking up from below. But on its throat is a dark collar that does not glow. Viewed from below, this dark patch mimics the silhouette of a small fish. It is a perfect lure. When a larger predator approaches to strike the small fish, the cookie cutter shark latches on, swivels its body, and carves out a perfectly round plug of flesh like a cookie cutter. Then, it vanishes back into the darkness. Their circular bite marks have been found on great whites, bluefin tuna, whales, and even on the rubber domes of nuclear submarines. No creature is too large to be safe from this tiny predator. And every night, the cookie cutter shark undertakes the most extraordinary vertical migration in the shark world, from 12,139 feet by day to near the surface at night, a journey of miles, every single night for its entire life. This isn't about speed. It is about patience, waiting in the dark, luring prey with light, and striking with precision. But while sharks have been silently guarding the ocean's balance for hundreds of millions of years, humans, the newcomers, have created a threat that no mass extinction can match. Every year, about 60 shark attacks on humans are recorded worldwide. In 2023, the official number was 69 unprovoked attacks, according to the International Shark Attack File. Meanwhile, humans kill an estimated 100 million sharks every year. Over 1/3 of all shark and ray species on the planet are now threatened with extinction, according to a 2021 IUCN assessment. The scalloped hammerhead, the daily deep diver we just met, is listed as critically endangered. The whale shark, the gentle giant that broke the diving record, is endangered. The great white shark is vulnerable. The blue shark is near threatened. Sharks are not monsters. They are ecosystem engineers, controlling prey populations, maintaining the health of coral reefs, and keeping the oceanic food web from collapsing. Hollywood has made them villains. In reality, they are the victims. When sharks disappear from an ecosystem, the consequences ripple through it like a domino effect. With the sharks gone, smaller predator populations explode. They consume the algae-eating fish, algae grows unchecked, and the coral reef dies. A chain of collapse, all starting with the removal of a single link. Deep-sea sharks, the species we are about to meet, are especially vulnerable. They reproduce slowly, mature late, and live in places where a deep-sea trawler's net can wipe out an entire population in a single fishing season. If this story has made you see sharks differently, please share your thoughts in the comments below. Which shark do you find the most extraordinary? Let GaiaDocs know. Below 656 feet, a living museum is in operation where living fossils still hunt, still reproduce, and still exist, almost unchanged for tens of millions of years. The goblin shark, Mitsucarina austoni, belongs to a lineage dating back to the Cretaceous period, about 125 million years ago. It is the sole surviving member of the Mitsucarinidae family, an evolutionary branch that time forgot. Its skin is pinkish-red, almost translucent under light, revealing the network of blood vessels beneath. Its long, blade-like snout is packed with electromagnetic sensors, and its most terrifying weapon, a jaw that can launch forward like a spring. This slingshot feeding technique allows the goblin shark to propel its jaw forward at 10.3 feet per second, so fast the prey has no time to react. Deeper still, another creature of even more bizarre appearance cries through the darkness. The frilled shark Chlamydocelicus anguineus is a living fossil from 80 million years ago, virtually unchanged. It is about 6.5 feet long, with a slender, eel-like body and 6 pairs of gill slits, with frilly edges, the frills, that resemble a medieval ruff. "300 teeth are arranged in 25 rows, each with 3 sharp prongs, tricuspid. Its jaw is at the end of its snout, a terminal position, rather than underneath, like most sharks, and its attack is more like that of a snake than a fish." But the most extraordinary thing about the frilled shark is its gestation period, up to 42 months, the longest of any known vertebrate. Three and a half years to produce a single litter of pups in a place where any mistake could lead to extinction. That is the price of patience in the abyss. If the goblin shark is a deadly spring, the frilled shark is a prehistoric sea serpent. Both are proof that where there is no light, the survivors are those who are in no hurry. And finally, the most ancient of them all, the chimera, the ghost shark. The chimeriforms split from sharks some 400 million years ago, older than the dinosaurs, older than the first forests on land. They live at depths from 656 to over 8,530 feet, from the Atlantic to the Pacific. Their iridescent green eyes, thanks to a layer of tapetum lucidum, gather every rare photon of light in the abyssal dark. A venomous spine sits before the dorsal fin, a defensive weapon rarely seen in cartilaginous fish. And on the Chimaera's snout, the ampullae of Lorenzini, the same electromagnetic sensory system the great white uses to find a seal hidden under sand. From the 125-million-year-old goblin shark, to the 80-million-year-old frilled shark, to the Jurassic six-gill, to the 400-million-year-old Chimaera, the deep ocean is the greatest evolutionary museum on the planet, and its exhibits are still alive. But even this living museum has its limits, because at a certain depth, even 450 million years of evolution is rendered powerless. Why do sharks stop at around 13,000 feet? The answer lies in the liver, the largest organ in a shark's body, accounting for 20 to 30% of its weight. The liver is filled with squalene, an oil lighter than water which acts as a natural buoyancy device, helping sharks maintain their position in the water column without a swim bladder. But as pressure increases with depth, squalene is compressed. Its buoyant effect diminishes. At a certain point, the liver can no longer keep the shark from sinking, and the energy required to swim becomes too great. At the same time, TMAO, trimethylamine N-oxide, a chemical that neutralizes the toxicity of urea and protects proteins under immense pressure, also reaches its limit. In those abysses, the phenomenon of abyssal gigantism creates creatures beyond imagination. Giant isopods 20 inches long, colossal squid 43 to 46 feet in length. The leading theory for this phenomenon, cold water slows metabolism, extending lifespan and allowing for longer growth. Fewer predators in the abyss also means less selective pressure on size. There's no need to be small to hide, so one can become large to dominate. But there are no sharks there. Their own physiology has drawn a line that 450 million years of evolution could not cross. The squalene compresses under pressure. The TMAO loses its effectiveness. Food is scarce, and the liver, the very organ that allowed sharks to conquer every other ocean layer, becomes the very burden that weighs them down. This is the answer to the question we posed at the start. Do sharks have a limit? Yes. "450 million years of evolution surviving 5 mass extinctions. But there is still a wall that not even time itself can break. Sharks survived 5 mass extinctions, each one an event that wiped out tens of % of all life on Earth. Over 100 million sharks are killed every year. Shark fins cut off and dried for a bowl of soup fuel a multi-billion-dollar industry. The living bodies of the sharks are thrown back into the sea to sink and die in agony. Deep-sea trawling destroys entire benthic ecosystems in a matter of hours. What nature took thousands of years to build, modern fishing technology can erase in a single day. But in the midst of this darkness, a light is beginning to emerge. And the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework has set a target of protecting 30% of the ocean by 2030. Scientists worldwide are attaching tracking devices to individual deep-sea sharks, for the first time mapping the lives of creatures we previously knew almost nothing about. And education, perhaps the most powerful weapon of all, is changing the way humanity perceives sharks. No longer as the monsters of the silver screen, but as the architects of the ocean. Every video, every documentary, every story told is another brick in rebuilding the image of the shark in the human mind, from a creature to be feared to a creature to be protected. "30% of the ocean protected by 2030. That is the goal. But do we have the patience to achieve it? Because if there is one thing that sharks have taught us over 450 million years, it is this: patience is not weakness. It is the most powerful survival strategy nature has ever devised. Megalodon is gone. 49 to 66 feet of absolute power, a bite force 10 times that of a great white. And still, it went extinct. Because power, no matter how great, cannot stand against change. The Greenland shark, 500 years old, is still swimming. The frilled shark, 80 million years unchanged, is still hunting. They have overcome 5 mass extinctions. The only question that remains is not for the sharks. It is for us. Do we have enough patience to protect the most patient creatures on our planet? Thank you for joining GaiaDocs on this journey from the surface to the abyss. The ocean still holds countless extraordinary stories waiting to be told. If you haven't subscribed, now is the perfect time. We'll see you on the next expedition. The Pacific, the largest and deepest of all the world's oceans. Stretching for some 64 million square miles, this blue colossus covers a third of our planet's surface. Its waters touch the continents of the Ring of Fire, from the Americas to Asia, from Australia to the islands of Oceania. The Mariana Trench, the deepest point on the planet, lies at a depth of nearly 36,000 feet. A wilderness as remote as the most distant galaxies. The Ring of Fire, a belt of volcanoes and subduction zones, encircles these waters, unleashing earthquakes and tsunamis that ceaselessly reshape the geography. But these destructive forces are also the architects of life. New islands are born from magma rising from the seabed. Scattered across this blue expanse are more than 25,000 islands, from the great land masses of New Guinea and Japan to the tiniest coral atolls. In these clear waters and bottomless chasms, the Pacific is home to the truly immense. The blue whale, the largest animal that has ever lived, dwarfing any known dinosaur. A mature blue whale can reach a length of nearly 100 feet. Its heart, the size of a small car, pumps blood through arteries so wide a child could crawl through them. Its lungs can hold over 1,300 gallons of air. With a single breath, it exchanges up to 90% of the oxygen in its lungs. Despite its colossal size, its diet consists almost exclusively of microscopic organisms. It depends on krill, tiny crustaceans that form immense, dense swarms. Using its baleen plates, it filters the water, trapping the krill. During the feeding months, a single whale can consume up to 4.5 tons of krill each day. Blue whales are solitary creatures, yet they communicate with low-frequency sounds that can travel for hundreds of miles through the ocean. The waters of the Pacific are their crucial sanctuary. They feed in the rich seas off California and in the South Pacific. When winter approaches, they undertake great migrations to tropical waters to breed, A newborn calf already weighs 3 tons and measures 23 feet long. The blue whale is magnificence in motion, a testament to the wonders of biology. In the ocean, the dolphin is a dance of intelligence. Its presence transforms the waves into a stage of coordination and cunning. Their bodies, engineered for speed and agility, can reach speeds of 30 miles per hour. A long, powerful rostrum is lined with sharp teeth. The blowhole, a strategic opening on the top of its head, allows it to breathe with ease while swimming. Dolphins are born explorers. They travel between warm and temperate waters, relying on currents and their own echolocation to find prey. They are strategists. Hunting in groups, they use sophisticated tactics to encircle schools of fish, creating walls of bubbles to corner their prey. The life of a dolphin is defined by sociability. They live in pods that can range from a few dozen to several hundred individuals. Their clicks act as a natural sonar, allowing them to navigate even in murky waters. Their whistles, meanwhile, are like individual names, identifying each member of the pod. Among the coral reefs of the Pacific, a tiny resident defies the rules of survival, the clownfish. With its brilliant colors and nimble movements, it is a perfect example of adaptation and biological connection. At 4 to 7 inches in length, the clownfish is small in stature, but vast in character. Its vibrant orange with white stripes is a warning signal. Agile fins allow it to dart between the tentacles of the sea anemone it calls home. The clownfish inhabits the tropical coral reefs of the Pacific. Its very existence depends on the sea anemone. The relationship between clownfish and anemone is one of nature's most fascinating symbiotic bonds. The anemone's toxic tentacles repel predators, while the clownfish, protected by a special layer of mucus, is immune. An opportunist, the clownfish feeds on what the reef provides. It eats small crustaceans, algae, and leftovers from the anemone's meals. The world of the clownfish is a matriarchy. Each anemone is home to a small group dominated by a single, large female. When the dominant female dies, the largest male takes her place. Undergoing a unique biological transformation, he becomes female. This flexibility is a key to survival. And amid the vibrant but fragile world of the Pacific's coral reefs, a silent, ancient visitor appears, with a story of survival that stretches across geological eras. Unlike the giants of the open ocean, the hawksbill is tied to the tropical reefs. Averaging 2 to 3 feet in length, its flattened shell and a sharp, curved beak allow it to access the narrowest of crevices. The hawksbill is a specialized feeder and a biological regulator of the reef. It feeds on sponges and small invertebrates, which, if left unchecked, could suffocate the coral. In this way, every meal the hawksbill takes is an inadvertent act of conservation, keeping its own habitat in balance. As the vast Pacific gives way to the south, its waters meet another realm. A world where the ocean's blue merges with the white of ice. Our journey to the Southern Ocean begins a place of extremes, of silence, and of unparalleled power. The Atlantic is a vital bridge, a force connecting continents, cultures, and climates. At 41 million square miles, it is the second largest ocean on the planet. Its tranquility is a counterpoint to its ferocious currents. The tropics exist alongside cold, deep waters. Powerful currents like the Gulf Stream form a global climate-regulating system. They transport heat from the tropics northward, while cold water returns south. The surface of the Atlantic may be familiar, but its depths still hold many mysteries. An average depth of nearly 12,000 feet is just the beginning. At some points, it is deeper than the highest mountain on Earth is tall. They are the ambassadors of the ice penguins. Clumsy on land, yet supremely elegant in the ocean. They are the emblems of the Antarctic world. Their wings are not for flight, but for propulsion, serving as powerful, natural paddles. A hydrodynamic body allows them to slice through the water with spectacular grace. While some species can reach speeds of 22 miles per hour, others are master divers. The emperor penguin, the icon of Antarctica, can dive to depths of over 1,600 feet. Their outer feathers are dense and waterproof. Beneath lies a layer of soft down that traps heat, allowing them to survive in temperatures that would freeze any other creature. In the Southern Ocean, they are formidable hunters. Their diet consists mainly of krill, small fish, and squid. Despite their hunting skills, every journey into the ocean is a challenge. They must evade predators and return quickly to feed their hungry chicks. On the ice, the penguins are a hub of constant activity. But not far away, another resident quietly holds dominion. Between the ice and the ocean, the seals are waiting. The seals of the Southern Ocean exist between two worlds, ice and water. Their aerodynamic and muscular bodies are covered by a thick layer of blubber, which protects them from the extreme cold and serves as an energy reserve. Their large eyes are adapted for seeing in low light conditions. Their whiskers are incredibly sensitive, able to detect the slightest vibrations in the water. They can dive to impressive depths, with some species reaching over 2,000 feet, and can hold their breath for 15 minutes or more. The Weddell seal, an Antarctic survival specialist, can remain underwater for over an hour. Seal pups are born on the ice. In their first few weeks, they are nourished by milk so rich in fat that they can double their weight in just a few days. In the icy waters of the Antarctic, the orca, or killer whale, is the queen of the ice. With its unique intelligence, overwhelming power, and deep social bonds, the orca dominates this ocean. Its black and white body can grow up to 26 feet long and weigh more than 5.5 tons. The male's dorsal fin, which can stand 6 feet tall, is a symbol of maturity and dominance. In these frigid waters, cooperation is the key to success. Orcas live in family groups, hunting together. Each pod has its own dialect, an acoustic signature. In the Southern Ocean, they prey on fish, seals, penguins, and even other whale species. One of their most fascinating tactics is wave washing, used to dislodge prey from ice floes. They swim in synchrony to create a wave that breaks over their victim's defense. In the glacial waters surrounding Antarctica, humpback whales emerge as the giants of the Southern Ocean. With bodies up to 52 feet long and weighing more than 30 tons, they move slowly but powerfully among the icebergs. Unlike the orca, which hunts with overwhelming force, the humpback is a master of synchronized coordination. They employ a technique known as bubble net feeding, swimming in circles beneath schools of fish and krill, releasing silvery curtains of bubbles to concentrate their prey before rising together to feed. With each gulp, the pleats on their bellies expand, engulfing tons of water and food. A thick layer of blubber provides insulation and stores energy for migrations that span thousands of miles. But what truly defines the humpback in these waters is its song. Deep, resonant compositions, lasting for tens of minutes, that echo for hundreds of miles. It is more than just communication. It is an acoustic saga, reminding us that even in the harshest of environments, the ocean has a voice. From the silence and the cold of the south, the currents begin to shift, carrying tales of the ice to other seas. The Atlantic is a vital bridge, a force connecting continents, cultures, and climates. A traveler crosses these waters. Silent, patient, yet resolute. The green sea turtle, an ancient navigator, follows its own path. The green turtle's journey begins before it ever sees the ocean. On the quiet of a beach, hundreds of eggs hatch. The first race to the sea is the start of a life in a vast and unknown world. Small and vulnerable, the hatchlings race against time. Guided by the moonlight and by instinct, they plunge into the surf, where the immensity of the Atlantic awaits. As it matures, the green turtle's shell, which can grow to 5 feet in length, is both armor and a hydrodynamic marvel. It glides through the ocean with minimal expense of energy. The green turtle belongs to no single place. But upon reaching maturity, guided by an unerring instinct, it returns to the very same beaches where it was born. This cycle, which can take decades to complete, is one of the most remarkable journeys in the ocean. In an ocean vast and full of mystery, one silhouette dominates the currents with power and deliberation. The great white shark, a creature that moves through the Atlantic like a silent phantom, alert and relentless. Its torpedo-shaped body is designed to slice through the water at speeds that can exceed 30 miles per hour. Up to 20 feet in length and weighing more than 2 tons, it combines powerful muscle with graceful lines. Equipped with electroreceptors, the great white can detect the faintest electrical impulses generated by other living things. Not even a single heartbeat can escape its notice. Its preferred prey are seals, sea lions, and large fish, which it approaches with patience and strategy. Its serrated teeth, over 2 inches long, are made for cutting and tearing. In the Atlantic, the great white does not waste energy. It masters it. Its migratory routes stretch for thousands of miles. After the majestic compositions of the humpback whale, the Atlantic gradually falls silent. In these seemingly quiet waters, life does not disappear. It simply changes its form. Drifting silently on the currents, jellyfish appear like ancient ghosts. They are phantoms of time, with no brain for anxiety, no heart for pain. They have existed for longer than the most ancient coral reefs. A jellyfish's body is almost entirely water, allowing for maximum energy conservation. They do not swim to travel, but to stay afloat, surrendering to the pull of the great Atlantic currents. Their delicate tentacles carry thousands of stinging cells, potent enough to paralyze small fish and plankton instantly. By day, many species of jellyfish sink into deeper waters. At night, they rise towards the surface, taking part in the largest vertical migration on the planet. From the deep blue of the Atlantic, we journey north. The warm water turns cold, the winds grow fiercer, and the blue gives way to landscapes dominated by ice. There, at the edge of the world, lies the Arctic Ocean. The Arctic is the planet's smallest ocean, covering some 5.5 million square miles. But its influence is global. It is surrounded by continents and 8 nations. Its waters are among the coldest in the world. The Arctic Ocean is not isolated. Its cold currents mix with the warmer waters of the Atlantic and Pacific. This constant exchange connects the Arctic to the rest of the planet. For months, the sun never sets, bathing the ice in a brilliant, perpetual light. But in winter, darkness descends. and when the light returns, it brings a spectacle only the Arctic can offer. The aurora borealis paints the sky, as if the ocean itself was celebrating the return of the day. Amidst the ice and cold water, there is a predator that seems forged by this very environment. The polar bear, a silent giant, in constant adaptation. The polar bear is one of the world's largest land carnivores. A male can be over 8 feet long and weigh more than 1,500 pounds. Its white coat, perfect camouflage on the ice, is actually translucent, reflecting the surrounding light. Beneath it, black skin absorbs the sun's heat. Its large, rounded paws act like snowshoes, distributing its weight so it can walk on thin ice. A polar bear's sense of smell is so acute it can detect a seal from over a mile away, even when the prey is beneath the ice. It is a specialized seal hunter. It waits, sometimes for days, by breathing holes in the ice where seals surface for air. If the polar bear is the hunter that roams the ice, then at the boundary between ice and sea, another giant quietly commands these frozen waters. The walrus emerges like a living monument of the Arctic Ocean. With a massive body up to 11 feet long and weighing over a ton, it is one of the largest mammals of the polar regions. Its long tusks, which can exceed 3 feet, are not just weapons. They are tools for survival, used to haul its heavy body onto slippery ice floes. The walrus spends much of its life underwater. It is a bottom feeder, diving to depths of 300 feet to search for clams, mussels, and other mollusks. Its sensitive whiskers act as sophisticated sensors, allowing it to detect prey buried in the mud. Unlike the solitary polar bear, the walrus is a social animal. Hundreds of individuals gather on the ice, forming noisy but cohesive communities. A little further south, on rocky shores and coasts, the sea lion holds court. Its thick, smooth skin, combined with a layer of subcutaneous fat, protects its body from cold water and the rigors of a marine environment. Sea lions feed on fish, squid, and small crustaceans. When hunting together, they communicate with a series of barks and body movements. They favor rocky coasts and isolated islands, where they find safety to rest and breed. The colonies are always tense with activity. Dominant males defend their territories with guttural roars and impressive battles. From the frozen silence, new waves are born, feeding the Indian Ocean. An ocean where light and life merge, creating a world of color and movement. This is the Indian Ocean, a realm of tropical warmth, calm seas, and stories that have connected continents for millennia. Its currents follow the rhythm of the monsoons, shaped by seasonal winds. Scattered across the vast Indian Ocean are islands like fragments of paradise, from the tiny atolls of the Maldives to the grandeur of Madagascar. Here, a silent giant glides beneath the waves. The whale shark, the largest fish in the world. Adults often reach about 40 feet, but giants of over 50 feet have been recorded. The white spots that cover its skin look like stars in an underwater sky. But these markings are not merely for beauty. They help to camouflage this gentle giant. Despite a colossal mouth that can open 5 feet wide, the whale shark is not an aggressive predator. It is a filter feeder, consuming the ocean's smallest organisms, plankton, fish larvae, and tiny shrimp. As it swims slowly with its mouth open, water passes over its gills, where special structures trap the food. It can filter thousands of gallons of water every hour. The warm waters here are the perfect home for the whale shark. It is found near islands where currents bring nutrients and life. In the blue expanse of the Indian Ocean, a great shadow glides in absolute silence. It is the manta ray, a creature that seems more to fly than to swim. With a wingspan that can reach 23 feet, the manta is one of the largest fish in the ocean, but also one of the gentlest. The manta's flat, wide body is designed for effortless gliding. With slow beats of its great wings, it moves through the water column as if unaffected by gravity. Unlike many other fish, the manta possesses an unusually large brain for its body size, suggesting a high degree of awareness and intelligence. They have been observed engaging in social interactions, remembering locations, and returning regularly to cleaning stations, where small fish remove parasites from their skin. The manta ray has no stinger, does not hunt aggressively, and cannot defend itself with force. Its life depends entirely on the stability of the ocean. In the reef, where life erupts in color and form, a predator glides with mesmerizing elegance. The lionfish, as beautiful as it is dangerous. An example of how nature combines art and weaponry in a single creature. Growing up to 16 inches long, the lionfish is a masterpiece of adaptation. Its body is covered in alternating colored stripes, a pattern that serves as both camouflage and a warning. But what truly defines the lionfish are its venomous spines. These spines contain a potent toxin capable of paralyzing prey and deterring predators. It prefers a silent ambush approach. Moving slowly, it closes in on its prey without suspicion, using its pectoral fins as a barrier to make escape impossible. The ocean is not merely what is left of our planet, it is its circulatory system, its living lungs. The ocean is the Earth's circulatory system. It absorbs heat, distributes energy through its currents, brings rain to the forests, and sustains billions of people. But it is this regulatory role that has also made the ocean the place where the impacts of climate change are most starkly visible. As climate change accelerates, the ocean warms. This excess heat intensifies extreme weather events and disrupts ancient migratory routes. Coral reefs are bleaching and dying. At the same time, the ocean absorbs vast amounts of carbon dioxide, causing acidification. A silent process that weakens shells, corals, and the microscopic organisms that support the entire food web. But if climate change is the planet's fever, then pollution is the open wound inflicted by human activity. Millions of tons of plastic enter the sea each year. There, they break down into invisible microplastics, which enter the fish we eat, the salt on our tables, and ultimately, our own bodies. Ghost nets, packaging, and debris are choking turtles, whales, and seabirds. And yet, there is hope. Across the globe, projects for environmental protection and ecosystem restoration are underway. Marine protected areas are being expanded, mangrove forests and seagrass beds are being restored, and international scientific cooperation is being strengthened. Science, environmental education, and sustainable policies are beginning to align. However, no treaty or project will be enough without the active participation of all. In the lowland jungles, the leopard stalks like a phantom. On the higher slopes, the snow leopard glides, unseen. And in the rivers, crocodiles lie in patient ambush. In Nepal, the struggle to survive is not about cruelty, but about the intricate equilibrium that allows life to endure in one of the planet's most unforgiving lands. In southern Nepal, the Terai region extends like a green sash, nestling at the base of the mighty Himalayas. It is a priceless gift of nature, where vast tropical forests, gentle rivers, and sweeping grasslands are home to a multitude of life. Yet, this tranquil landscape masks the stark realities of the will to survive. Our story in the Terai begins with a roar. It is not a sound of anger, but of life itself. The Bengal tiger is on the prowl, an emblem of both magnificence and menace. In the forests of the Terai, where sunlight struggles to pierce the dense canopy, the Bengal tiger moves with a lethal grace. Unlike their relatives in India or Bangladesh, the tigers of Nepal are uniquely adapted to their environment. The humid forests and rolling hills of the Terai have forged them to be exceptionally powerful and resilient. Each tiger reigns over a vast territory, which can span up to 77 square miles. Reaching lengths of nearly 10 feet and weighing between 400 and 550 pounds, the Bengal tiger is one of the world's largest cats. Its brilliant orange coat, etched with unique black stripes, provides the perfect camouflage. The stripe pattern of each tiger is as individual as a human fingerprint. Possessing incredible power and speed, its mighty legs can propel it to nearly 40 miles per hour in short bursts. Yet, its greatest hunting weapons are patience and the art of concealment. A master of the ambush, the Bengal tiger often hunts at dawn or dusk, using the failing light to mask its movements. The hunt, however, is never an easy task. Only about 1 in 10 of its hunting attempts will be successful. The Bengal tiger's amber eyes burn with intensity as it stalks its prey. Every muscle is tensed. Its powerful frame is a coil of compressed energy. With supreme patience, it waits for the weakest link to separate from the herd. When the moment is right, the tiger strikes like lightning. The forest erupts in chaos. Its leap can cover a distance of nearly 30 feet. Sharp claws dig into its quarry, and with a final, decisive pounce, the lord of the forest secures its prize. These predators do not hunt for surplus, but to maintain a balance, a reminder of nature's great harmony. The survival of this forest sovereign depends on the jungle's fragile rhythm. In the lowland forests of the Terai, herds of chital, or spotted deer, emerge like constellations moving across the grasslands, Their tawny coats, dappled with white spots, allow them to blend perfectly with the forest's light and shadow. Chital are one of South Asia's most abundant herbivores, often gathering in large herds. Intriguingly, these deer often live in a survival pact with their arboreal neighbors. When monkeys in the canopy spot a leopard or tiger, they sound a sharp alarm call. In return, the deer feed on fruit dropped from above, a subtle and remarkable symbiotic relationship. The chital, neither as powerful as the tiger nor as large as the elephant, provides the underlying rhythm of the Terai forest. The alarm calls from the rhesus macaques in the canopy are the herd's first shield against the phantoms stalking below. These sentinels are ever ready to cry out at the slightest movement. Living in large social troops, rhesus macaques create a vibrant atmosphere in the forest. Their intelligence and adaptability have made them masters of their habitat. The forest, however, is not without its dangers. Every descent to the ground to forage brings the macaques face to face with the threat of the Bengal tiger. Ever vigilant, a sentry often stands watch, alerting the troop to the faintest disturbance. Yet, there are stirrings in the undergrowth that give even apex predators pause. It is the heavy tread of a creature in ancient armor, a true ecological engineer of the Terai, the greater, one-horned rhinoceros. Its thick, grey-brown hide looks like plates of ancient armor. Its distinctive curved horn is a symbol of authority and power. The greater one-horned rhinoceros is a unique species, easily recognized by its single horn and immense stature, growing up to 13 feet long and weighing up to 5,500 pounds. The rhino's horn, a solid structure of keratin, is typically about 10 inches long. In mature males, it can grow to nearly 2 feet, a versatile tool used for defense and settling territorial disputes. These giants thrive near the wetlands and tall grasslands of the Terai. National parks such as Chitwan and Bardia are their primary habitat. They're typically solitary the rhino shows formidable strength when protecting its young. It will readily confront large predators like the Bengal tiger to defend its territory or its calf. The protective instinct of a mother rhino is unparalleled. Amidst the tall grass, even the Bengal tiger, a master of stealth, hesitates to confront a full-grown rhinoceros. A rhino calf, however, remains a vulnerable target. And so, the mother must be constantly on guard. The rhinoceros, though powerful, is not a predator. Its aggression is reserved entirely for self-defense. Consuming over 220 pounds of vegetation daily, the rhino is not just the jungle's gardener, it is an ecological engineer. While the solitary rhino guards its domain, other giants rely on the power of collective memory to traverse the hills. Asian elephants move like majestic spirits, leading their families in search of water during the harsh, dry season. They are the living embodiment of Nepal's rainforest soul. The forest's stillness echoes with the deep, deliberate footsteps of the Asian elephant. These gentle giants are the living embodiment of Nepal's rainforests. Nepalese elephants regularly travel over the low hills to find food and water, especially during the dry season. They move in herds of 10 to 20, led by an experienced matriarch. Their migrations often cross the border between Nepal and India. Standing up to 10 feet tall and weighing from 6,600 to 11,000 pounds, the Asian elephant is majestic, yet surprisingly agile. The matriarch plays a critical role, not just as a leader, but as the keeper of the herd's collective memory. Although an adult elephant is formidable, a calf remains vulnerable for many years. To protect them, the herd moves with great care, keeping the young at its very center. The quest for water eventually leads all terrestrial animals to the silent marshlands. As dusk descends, an ethereal light settles over the marshes of the Terai. Beneath the still surface, an intelligent assassin lies hidden, waiting for the land's weakest link. The marsh crocodile, also known as the mugger, grows from 10 to 15 feet in length. Its thick, grey-brown hide allows it to merge perfectly with the mud and murky water. Eyes and nostrils, positioned atop its head, allow it to remain completely submerged, observing its surroundings undetected. Remarkably, this reptile displays an unusual degree of intelligence. It employs a unique hunting strategy, balancing twigs on its head while lying motionless near the water's edge. This is a rare demonstration of tool use in the animal kingdom. A herd of deer cautiously approaches the bank to drink, oblivious to the cold gaze from below. Suddenly, the crocodile erupts from the water. Its powerful jaws snap shut with a tremendous force, one of the strongest bites in the animal kingdom. It drags its prey into the depths, and soon an eerie silence returns to the marsh. Beyond its role as a predator, the marsh crocodile is vital to the ecological balance. By regulating populations of fish, amphibians, and other animals, it prevents any one species from becoming too dominant. As night fully envelops the jungle, the hunters give way to stranger, rarer creatures. Clad in scales of iron, the Indian pangolin begins its solitary patrol, digging with powerful claws. This reclusive animal spends much of its time excavating burrows with its formidable claws. It specializes in hunting ants and termites. Its body is entirely covered in hard scales that act as natural armor. When threatened, the pangolin curls into a tight, impenetrable ball. This armor, however, offers no defense against humans. Hunted for its scales and meat, the pangolin population in Nepal has fallen to fewer than 1,000 individuals. Leaving the Terai Plains and ascending into the Pahar mountain region, the landscape changes dramatically. Lush fields give way to towering peaks, verdant hillsides, and dense forests. Among the high branches, Grey langurs form complex social communities to collectively face the predators of the highlands. These primates live in troops of 20 to 50, a strategy for mutual protection. Their long tails are an essential tool for balance as they leap from branch to branch. In the misty temperate forests, above 6,600 feet, a small, elegant creature appears among the bamboo groves. It is the red panda. Its radiant, reddish-brown fur contrasts sharply with the green foliage. A long, bushy tail provides balance and helps camouflage it among the branches. At only 20 to 24 inches long, the red panda is a small and vulnerable creature in these vast mountains. As the sun climbs higher, the red panda fully awakens. It spends most of its time in the treetops, moving with remarkable agility. High above, it forages for young leaves, berries, and its favorite food, bamboo shoots. Even at rest, the red panda remains ever watchful. On the steep Himalayan slopes, where a single misstep means a fall into the abyss, the Himalayan goral moves as if on level ground. They are true high-altitude dwellers, living at elevations from 8,200 to over 16,400 feet. Their muscular bodies are built for powerful leaps across the precipitous terrain. Specialized hooves give them a secure grip on the smallest of ledges. For them, the sheer cliffs are not a barrier, but a sanctuary from predators. But even these cliffside acrobats are never entirely safe. Somewhere on a higher crag, the cold eyes of a snow leopard are watching. Not far from the goral's territory, another creature dominates the harsh, rocky slopes, the baral, or blue sheep. From a distance, their blue-grey coats merge so perfectly with the rock that the entire herd seems part of the cliff face itself. Ecologists call this dynamic camouflage. As long as the baral remains still, it is nearly invisible, even to the most experienced predators. The rhythm of their lives is shaped by an unseen confrontation with the snow leopard. Every lowered head to graze, every step along a ledge, is a gamble with death. Studies show that in many areas, 60 to 70% of a snow leopard's diet consists of boral. On these high slopes, the goral and paral face threats from more than just the ghost of the mountain. Predators like the Himalayan wolf are always a patient, lurking presence. In the faint light of dawn, the wolf moves in silence. Its cold eyes are fixed on a herd of Himalayan goral grazing nearby. Unlike its lowland cousins, the Himalayan wolf is perfectly adapted to its severe environment. Its thick grey coat blends into the rugged terrain while protecting it from freezing temperatures, which can drop below -4 degrees Fahrenheit in winter. Meanwhile, higher in the Himalayas, above 13,100 feet, snow and ice are a permanent feature. Life here is a constant battle against temperatures that can plummet to -40 degrees Fahrenheit and thin, oxygen-poor air. The most formidable predator of the Himalayas has begun its patrol. The snow leopard, the enigmatic spirit of the mountains, moves in silence. With a thick, silver-grey coat adorned with black rosettes, it is perfectly camouflaged against the snow and rock. Moving with deliberate, silent steps, the snow leopard embodies the balance of this harsh ecosystem. To survive, it must patrol a vast territory, a perilous journey across snow-covered cliffs. This master predator approaches its prey with caution, capable of taking down animals 2 to 4 times its own size. Suddenly, the prey senses danger. In an instant, the leopard launches, clearing nearly 50 feet in a single bound. Silence returns to the high peaks. The snow leopard, guardian of these frozen summits, remains a tireless sentinel, ensuring nature's fragile equilibrium is maintained. As the blizzard subsides, the silhouettes of aerial giants appear. Himalayan vultures. With wingspans reaching nearly 10 feet, they glide effortlessly over deep valleys and snowy peaks. They can soar at altitudes over 16,400 feet, where the air is thin and temperatures can drop to -4 degrees Fahrenheit. From this vantage point, they scan the valleys, searching for signs of a carcass. When a food source is spotted, 1 or 2 individuals begin their descent. Others, seeing the signal, are quick to join. The sky suddenly becomes a vortex of giant wings. By cleaning away carrion, vultures prevent the spread of disease and return essential nutrients to the soil. The Himalayan monal is one of the most captivating and beautiful creatures of these mountains. Nepal, home to the largest population of Himalayan monals, has chosen this remarkable bird as its national emblem. The male possesses spectacular iridescent plumage with vibrant shades of blue, red, and bronze. In Nepalese culture, this bird, known as the danfei, is revered as a symbol of strength, resilience, and natural beauty. Yet, it is this magnificent plumage that has put it in danger. Its brilliant feathers have become a target for poachers. Nepal, with its rich ecological diversity, is home to countless endemic and priceless species. However, the impacts of climate change and increasing human encroachment are pushing the country's ecosystems to the brink of crisis. Himalayan glaciers are melting at an unprecedented rate, leading to habitat loss and threatening vital water resources. The snow leopard is losing its habitat as the glaciers recede. Its population has declined by over 20% in the last 2 decades, with only about 300 individuals remaining in Nepal. Similarly, a warming climate has shrunk the bamboo forests, the primary food source for the red panda. Today, only around 500 individuals survive in Nepal. Deforestation for agricultural expansion and infrastructure development has significantly reduced natural forest cover. This destruction has fragmented the traditional migration corridors of Asian elephants, forcing them closer to human settlements and creating dangerous conflicts. The greater one-horned rhinoceros, one of Nepal's most precious species, also faces a severe decline. Its primary habitat of marshes and grasslands is rapidly shrinking. Poaching remains an alarming problem, especially for species highly valued on the black market, such as the rhino's horn and the tiger's skin. Despite conservation efforts, the Bengal tiger population had declined sharply. And while globally, the tiger's territory has shrunk considerably, Nepal is writing a story of hope. Through extraordinary conservation efforts, the nation has achieved a miracle, doubling its wild tiger numbers in just one decade. Adding to these challenges is the severe pollution of Nepal's water sources, endangering aquatic species like the marsh crocodile. Despite the immense challenges, Nepal remains committed to restoring the natural balance it was gifted. Nepal has established a network of protected areas, including 12 national parks, covering approximately 23% of its territory. These areas play a crucial role in safeguarding endangered species. When humanity works in partnership with the natural world, even species on the verge of extinction can be brought back. Educational programs to raise conservation awareness have engaged over 100,000 local people, fostering a deeper sense of responsibility for protecting their forests and wildlife. Conservation is not merely about saving nature. It is an act of reverence for the beauty and balance of creation. The savanna is more than a mere habitat. Each dawn raises the curtain on a chase without end. When the light fades, a clandestine world of strategy and power is revealed. For the creatures here, every step, every breath is more than just existence. It is a fight for the right to survive until the moment. As dawn breaks across the golden plains, the light reveals a monarch of undisputed majesty, the lion. With its magnificent mane flowing in the wind, it is an icon of power and strength. But kingship is no mere title. It is a daily struggle for dominion, for life, and for balance. Lions live in tightly structured prides, composed mainly of related females, their offspring, and a few resident males. Every member has a vital role. The lionesses, expert hunters, work in concert to bring down prey far larger than themselves. The dominant male, meanwhile, guards the pride from all threats, from other predators to rival males seeking to usurp his reign. Life on the savannah is a ceaseless cycle of trial and endeavor. During the hunt, the lionesses display tactical mastery. They move like wraiths, encircling the zebra. A moment's inattention, and the striped herd erupts in a storm of dust, forcing the lions into a fatal sprint. Beyond its role as a predator, the lion holds a crucial position in the ecosystem. By managing the populations of herbivores, they prevent overgrazing and help to sustain the fragile tapestry of the grassland. But the king's throne is perpetually challenged. Rival males arrive to contest for dominance, and these ferocious battles shape the destiny of the entire pride. As day yields to dusk, the lion's roar echoes across the savannah. It is a sound of authority and presence, announcing its sovereignty to ally and adversary alike. For the lion, the savannah is not just a home. It is a stage where tales of power, sacrifice, and leadership are written from one generation to the next. It is not always brute strength or cooperation that prevails. Sometimes, cunning and adaptability are the keys to survival. In the savanna's twilight, an eerie cackle echoes through the air. It belongs to the spotted hyena, one of Africa's most adaptable and misunderstood carnivores. They exist in a matriarchal society, where formidable females dominate and lead. But their reputation often belies their ecological importance. With immensely powerful jaws, the spotted hyena can crush bone, consuming almost every part of a carcass. This habit not only maximizes their food source, but also plays a critical role in sanitizing the ecosystem, preventing the spread of disease. They are the cleanup crew of the savannah. The power of the collective, combined with a complex communication system, makes them formidable rivals. Hyenas live in clans of up to 80 individuals, led by the most powerful female. This unique social structure is built on a clear hierarchy, where family bonds are central. The female's leadership is not merely symbolic. In hyena society, they are the mightier sex, larger, more aggressive, and utterly dominant over the males. As the hyena's laughter fades, another predator emerges, one that finds an ally in silence. Amidst the shadows and branches, a solitary, elegant form moves with the precision of a phantom. This is the leopard, a master of concealment, and one of the savanna's most elusive hunters. With a golden coat adorned with dark spots, the leopard is a perfect example of camouflage. Each patterned spot, known as a rosette, is unique to the individual, like a human fingerprint. By day, it is a master of hiding, resting on high branches. This is also where it secures its prey, safe from scavengers. As night falls, it descends silently to hunt. Its movements are so fluid that it seems to merge with the darkness itself. Unlike the lion, the leopard thrives in solitude. It depends on the element of surprise, approaching its prey without being seen or heard. Its body is a machine perfected for this task. Every step is calculated, every attack swift and lethal. But the leopard is more than a hunter. It is a born survivor. While other predators compete directly, the leopard adapts. Yet, the savanna remains a challenging battlefield. The leopard, however, is undaunted. It uses its greatest weapon discretion to avoid unnecessary confrontations. An intense gaze from its elevated perch is enough for it to decide its next move. Always calculated, always efficient. As the sun warms the vast plains, a golden blur streaks across the horizon at incredible speed. It is the cheetah, the fastest predator on land, a creature whose very existence depends on its ability to turn every hunt into a race against time. With a body engineered for velocity, the cheetah is a masterpiece of natural design. Long, muscular legs, a flexible spine, and semi-retractable claws allow it to accelerate explosively, reaching 60 miles per hour in just a few seconds. But this speed comes at a price. The cheetah can only maintain this pace over short distances, turning every chase into a life-or-death gamble. Unlike other large predators, the cheetah relies more on sight than smell to locate its prey. Nature has gifted it with an elegant detail, dark tear marks running from the corner of its eyes to its mouth. These are natural sunglasses, reducing the sun's glare and keeping its vision sharply focused on the target. It scans the open landscape, alert to the slightest movement, searching for young or unwary antelope. When the opportunity arises, it lunges with calculated precision, keeping its head level and its eyes locked on the prize. Despite its impressive speed, the cheetah faces many challenges. In this vulnerable moment, other predators, such as hyenas or lions, may appear to steal its hard-won meal. Moreover, the cheetah is not a social predator. It hunts alone or in small family groups, often a mother with her cubs, or a coalition of brothers. These bonds are crucial, especially for the young. They learn the techniques of hunting and survival from their mother before venturing out on their own. Under the golden light of dusk, one of the most spectacular and iconic sights of the African savanna comes to life. Endless herds of zebra and wildebeest are on the move, crossing vast plains in search of fresh pasture. This is the Great Migration, a spectacle of endurance and survival that defines the rhythm of the savanna. This epic event is a journey of thousands of miles, driven by an innate need to follow the rains and the promise of food. The great journey is often led by the zebra. They prefer to graze on the tall, tough stems of the grass. This very act clears the way, exposing the tender, new shoots below the perfect feast for the millions of wildebeest that follow. This symbiotic relationship is fascinating. The zebra benefits from the herd instinct of the wildebeest, while the wildebeest relies on the zebra's navigational memory. However, this journey is far from easy. The moment the wildebeest and zebra cross the rivers, challenging the crocodiles, is one of the most dramatic scenes on the savanna. It represents both the peril and the innate courage of these creatures. The wildebeest, with its muscular body and long snout, is a symbol of endurance. Though they may seem clumsy when running in a herd, they possess a steady and efficient gait that allows them to cover long distances without exhaustion. Living in vast herds, they rely on the strength of numbers for protection. Beyond being a struggle for survival, these migrations are vital for the savanna's equilibrium. As the herds move, their hooves aerate the dry soil, allowing buried seeds to receive oxygen. Their dung fertilizes the earth, nourishing the life cycle that sustains the vegetation. The ceaseless movement of these thousands of animals renews the savanna each season, ensuring that other herbivores and predators can also thrive. As dramatic as it is, the Great Migration is also a celebration of life. It symbolizes the deep connection between all species and the adaptation of each one to this challenging environment. Beneath the murky waters of the rivers that cut through the savanna, a relentless predator waits in silence. The Nile crocodile, with its scaled body and watchful eyes, is a master of patience and one of the most ancient and efficient hunters on the planet. It reigns in the waterways, where its presence instills fear in all who venture across. Averaging over 16 feet in length and weighing up to 1,500 pounds, the Nile crocodile is a survival machine. Its muscular body and powerful jaws can generate a terrifying force, capable of breaking bones with ease. Its teeth are not for chewing, but for clamping and holding. Once prey is in its grasp, escape is nearly impossible. Its hunting technique is simple yet devastating. It lies motionless, resembling a floating log, until the perfect moment to strike. The rivers and lakes are perfect ambush points. When wildebeest, zebra, or other herbivores approach to drink or cross, the crocodile lunges with explosive speed, seizing its prey and dragging it to the depths. Though they may seem like solitary predators, crocodiles are more organized than they appear. This hunting efficiency helps to regulate the populations of herbivores, balancing the aquatic and terrestrial ecosystems of the savanna. But the Nile crocodile does not live on large hunts alone. Its diet is incredibly varied, including fish, birds, and even small mammals. It also plays a crucial role in cleaning the rivers, consuming carcasses and the leftovers of other predators. Amidst the tall grasses and sparse bushes, a small but robust survivor appears with quick, alert steps. The warthog, with its muscular body, curved tusks, and ever-watchful expression, is an emblem of resilience in an environment fraught with danger. Although its relatively small size might suggest vulnerability, the warthog compensates with remarkable cunning and adaptability. Its long, sharp tusks are valuable tools for digging for food and for self-defense. It is an opportunistic omnivore, feeding on roots, tubers, fruits, and even small insects, making the most of what the savanna provides. Warthogs live in small family groups known as sounders, consisting of adult females and their young. The males, meanwhile, prefer a solitary life, approaching only during the mating season. Although they can run at an impressive speed of up to 30 miles per hour, they often choose to confront danger, using their tusks to intimidate or injure an attacker. One of the most notable behaviors of the warthog is its constant vigilance. While feeding or resting, they are always attentive to signs of danger. With a simple flick of their erect tail, they signal an alarm to the other members of the group. Despite its modest appearance, the warthog plays an important role in the ecosystem. As they dig in the soil for food, they help to aerate the earth and promote the growth of new plants. Moving gracefully across the plains, the impala is the embodiment of agility and elegance. These slender antelopes live in a state of constant vigilance, balancing the search for food and water with the need to escape ever-present predators. In an environment where survival depends on speed and cunning, the impala is a true expert in the art of evasion. With a light body and powerful legs, the impala can leap up to 33 feet in length and 10 feet in height in a single bound. When pursued, their abrupt changes in direction and unpredictable leaps make them a difficult target. The impala is a highly adaptable herbivore, feeding on a wide variety of grasses, leaves, and fruits. This flexible diet allows it to survive in different environmental conditions, easily adapting to seasonal changes. Socially, impala live in groups whose structure changes with the seasons and herd dynamics. Life on the savanna is perilous, and the impala, as a medium-sized herbivore, lies at the heart of the food chain. However, their ability to detect threats from a distance, thanks to their keen senses, gives them a fighting chance. Often, impala stay close to other species, like zebra and wildebeest, sharing the benefit of collective vigilance to spot predators. Beyond their role as prey, impala are crucial to the ecological balance. As they graze, they help to control vegetation growth, allowing new plants to flourish. They also act as seed dispersers, transporting and sowing the seeds of the plants they consume. Although the impala lives under constant pressure, its adaptability and agility are a testament to its resilience. And as they leap and run across the plains, another formidable silhouette appears on the horizon, the African buffalo, the mighty warrior of the grasslands. Heavy, powerful, and resolute, the African buffalo dominates the plains with its imposing presence. With its muscular body and curved horns like natural helmets, this herbivore is known for both its strength and its loyalty to the herd. The African buffalo is not just a survivor, it is a symbol of collective strength and resilience. Living in large herds that can number in the hundreds, the African buffalo finds safety in numbers. Their herds are strategically organized with the most vulnerable members, like the young, protected in the center, while the stronger adults form an outer barrier. This defensive structure is one of the reasons they are so difficult to attack, even for formidable predators like lions. The buffalo is a non-selective grazer, feeding on various grasses and plants found on the plains and along rivers. Their seasonal behavior forces them to migrate in search of water during the dry season, crossing dangerous terrain and often facing predator ambushes. Members of the herd rarely abandon their own. In addition to their strength and organization, African buffalo play a vital ecological role. As they graze, they help to control the growth of vegetation, allowing the grasslands to regenerate and promoting biodiversity. Their dung also fertilizes the soil, facilitating the growth of new plants. Despite their impressive defenses, buffalo still face constant challenges. However, the buffalo is a formidable adversary. As dawn illuminates the vast plains, another impressive figure emerges. It is the hippopotamus, the titan of the waterways, a creature whose placid presence conceals a territorial and powerful nature. With its massive body and unpredictable behavior, the hippopotamus is a force to be reckoned with, both in and out of the water. Weighing over 3 tons, these giants spend most of the day submerged in water, protecting themselves from the scorching savanna heat. Their nostrils and eyes are positioned on top of their heads, allowing them to breathe and observe their surroundings while almost completely submerged. The water is the hippopotamus's kingdom, where it moves with surprising agility. Though they may appear placid, hippos are extremely territorial, especially the males who dominate stretches of rivers or lakes. They engage in fierce confrontations to defend their territory, using their sharp canine teeth to injure or intimidate rivals. These teeth, which can be over 1.5 feet long, are powerful weapons. At night, the hippopotamus comes ashore to feed. They walk long distances, grazing on grass, which is the main component of their diet. Despite their slow appearance, they can run very fast on land, reaching speeds of up to 18 miles per hour. Beyond this, the hippopotamus is a silent ecological engineer. Beneath the vast savanna sky, a majestic form ambles with quiet grace, shaping the land with every footstep. This is the African elephant, the gentle giant. They do not simply live in this environment. They transform it, leaving their mark on its rivers, trees, and plains. The African elephant is the largest terrestrial mammal, and its presence is impossible to ignore. Weighing over 6 tons, it displays extraordinary strength and intelligence. Its tusks serve both as tools for digging up roots and bark, and as weapons for defense. Yet, it is the trunk that is most impressive. A flexible appendage composed of thousands of muscles, it is used for breathing, drinking, communicating, and performing delicate tasks. But it is not only size that makes them remarkable. Elephants are highly social, living in matriarchal herds led by experienced females who follow ancient routes in search of water and food. This leadership is vital, especially during the dry season, when the collective memory of the matriarch can be the difference between life and death. The elephant's impact on the savanna is profound. Their relentless journeys connect different habitats, dispersing seeds and promoting the growth of new plants. Despite their size, elephants are not immune to danger. While healthy adults are rarely attacked, calves can become targets for lions or hyenas. As the day grows hotter, elephants seek out rivers and lakes. The sight of an elephant covering itself in mud is not just a moment of relief, but a strategy to protect its skin from the heat and insects. As the elephants continue their majestic journey, another distinctive silhouette stands out against the horizon. It is the giraffe, sentinel of the upper reaches, whose long neck seems to touch the sky, affording it a unique perspective. The giraffe is the tallest land animal on the planet, with males reaching heights of nearly 20 feet. This evolutionary advantage allows it to access foliage beyond the reach of other herbivores, particularly the leaves of the acacia tree, its favorite food. Its long, dexterous tongue, which can be almost 20 inches long, is covered in tough skin that protects it from sharp thorns as it delicately plucks the leaves. But the giraffe's height is not only for feeding. From its elevated vantage point, it surveys the world with constant vigilance, detecting predators from a great distance. This behavior makes it an unwitting ally for other herbivores, which often stay nearby, trusting its early warning system. Giraffes live in loose groups, known as towers, where social bonds are fluid. But this protection does not prevent the giraffe from displaying its strength when necessary. Its long, powerful legs can deliver lethal kicks, an impressive weapon against any threat. These battles, though often appearing slow and choreographed, can be exceedingly brutal. Despite its graceful and placid appearance, the giraffe is an essential part of the savanna's balance. By browsing on trees, it encourages the regeneration of foliage, while the seeds it consumes are dispersed in its droppings, helping to spread vegetation. Under the vast African sky, the savanna pulses as a stage of life, where strength, adaptation, and cooperation shape every existence. Each creature, from the stealthy leopard to the resilient zebra, plays a vital role in this intricately connected ecosystem. More than just an arena of competition, the savanna is an example of resilience. It is a place where ingenuity overcomes adversity and ecological harmony sustains the fragile balance of life. The Great Migration, the strength of the buffalo, and the cunning of the hyena show us that survival here is an art form. As the sun sets, painting the horizon in shades of gold, we are reminded of the grandeur and fragility of this world. May these stories inspire a reverence and protection for the African savanna, a natural jewel of complexity and beauty. Siberia, a world where beauty and death are separated by a single breath. Here, every individual has its place, its own purpose. It forges the will, compelling all life to adapt or be erased. There is absolutely no room for error. Ultimate preparation is the only key to avoiding a death sentence. Amidst the most ferocious blizzards, where winds reach 62 miles per hour, the reindeer stands firm, a resilient warrior of the frozen lands. With a thick coat covering its entire body, the reindeer is gifted by nature with a thermal mantle to withstand the harshest of winters. Their impressive size, weighing over 400 pounds with a shoulder height of up to 5 feet, is ideal for storing fat. However, to survive, they need more than just a warm coat. Long before winter arrives, the reindeer begin their preparations, seeking warmer lands to the south. To remain in the frozen Arctic could be a fatal miscalculation. These migrations often stretch for hundreds of miles, with herds numbering in the thousands. Upon reaching their wintering grounds, they live in groups to conserve heat and protect one another from predators. In addition to seeking shelter, the reindeer's coat also turns white. This is an ingenious camouflage in the now faded forests. The reindeer's eyes can change from golden brown in summer to a deep blue in winter. This alteration increases light sensitivity, helping them see in the ultraviolet spectrum. When hunger strikes, the herd is forced to venture out for food. They must choose between starvation and the flesh-cutting cold. The reindeer move through the white landscape, searching for grasses, mosses, and lichen. Thanks to their large hooves, They can walk with ease on snow up to 5 feet deep. The hooves are also a useful tool. With them, reindeer can dig deep into the snow in search of sustenance. Each day, they need to consume up to 11 pounds of food. However, random digging would waste precious energy. Reindeer rely on their extraordinary sense of smell to locate food, such as nutritious fungi hidden beneath the snow. A keen sense of smell not only helps in finding food, but also in avoiding predation. Hundreds of predators are always stalking an unwary reindeer. When threatened, they can accelerate to 50 miles per hour to escape. Sometimes, they must courageously face their foes. Reindeer use their sharp antlers, which can be up to 5 feet long, to attack predators. Yet, the winter is long and unforgiving. Some weaker individuals will not endure and become victims of the cold. At this point, the herd can only continue its journey with the hope of brighter days ahead. Not far from where the reindeer herd lives, a king of the sky is observing all. It is the golden eagle. With courage and a survivor's instinct, it does not forsake the challenging Siberian ecosystem, but remains despite the harsh living conditions. With a wingspan of up to 6.5 feet and weighing over 9 pounds, the golden eagle is no small bird that must fly south to escape the Russian winter. Its dense plumage is one of many adaptations that help this predator survive. Its feathers are waterproof, protecting its body from the daily snowfall. In winter, food is no longer abundant. The eagle must seize every opportunity to feed. It shifts to hunting smaller prey. With its phenomenal vision, the golden eagle can spot prey from a distance of up to 2 miles. This is an unparalleled advantage where the sun rarely appears. When the golden eagle soars overhead, hares and small rodents are best advised to hide. In a matter of seconds, they can be snatched up in its sharp talons. After identifying its prey, the eagle dives at a speed of over 124 miles per hour. When the eagle's talons close, they exert a pressure of up to 400 pounds per square inch, 15 times the grip of a strong man. Once struck, prey has almost no chance of escape. Although not primarily a scavenger, when winter is severe and prey is scarce, even the king of the sky must adapt. The carcasses of animals that have perished from the weather are a gift from above. With its magnificent flight, sharp talons, and sturdy beak, the golden eagle stands at the apex of the Siberian food chain. About 1,250 miles to the north, where winter has frozen the Arctic Ocean, a majestic mammal weighing over 2 tons emerges from the depths. The walrus. While other species must flee the near-freezing waters, for the walrus, these hundreds of miles of ice floes are a paradise. The walrus's ability to adapt to low temperatures is perhaps one of the most impressive in the animal kingdom. To maintain its body temperature, nature has endowed the walrus with a layer of blubber up to 6 inches thick. This layer of fat, accounting for up to 1/3 of its body weight, helps it stay warm. Walruses are masters of blood regulation. When in cold water, blood is directed to the internal organs, giving them a grayish appearance. But when they haul out to bask in the sun, their blood vessels dilate, turning their entire bodies a vibrant pink as if sunburned. While other creatures struggle to find food, the walrus knows exactly where to find its daily meals. The Arctic seabed, even in winter, is rich with mollusks, crustaceans, and invertebrates. Each day, the walrus dives to depths of 300 feet in the dark waters, scouring the seafloor for food. They use their sensitive whiskers like a detector. The walrus uses its tusks, which can be up to 3 feet long, to excavate the seabed and unearth hidden treasures. These tusks are also used as hooks to help them climb out of the water and traverse steep terrain. However, in the Siberian ecosystem, no one is completely safe. The formidable killer whale is the walrus's enemy. To escape them, the walrus must move to higher ground where meters-thick ice prevents these fierce predators from reaching them. In the midst of the Siberian winter, the walrus begins its mating season. The males will use their versatile tusks for a new purpose. During the breeding season, these giants fight for females, charging at each other with their massive bodies and using their tusks as weapons. After mating, the female will be pregnant for up to 16 months and give birth to a calf weighing around 165 pounds. The most formidable bite in all of Siberia is found further south, amidst the dense forests of the Russian taiga. It belongs to the Siberian tiger. With males weighing in excess of 600 pounds and measuring over 6.5 feet in length, the Amur tiger is living proof that in Siberia, everything is larger and wilder. It is the largest cat in the world. In winter, the Siberian tiger's coat can grow up to 4 inches long in some parts. Its fur is paler and its stripes less prominent, helping it to camouflage in the snowy landscape. The life of a Siberian tiger is quite solitary during the long winter. They often travel long distances to patrol their territories, marking boundaries with urine and claw marks on trees. With a voracious appetite, a Siberian tiger can devour up to 66 pounds of meat in a single feeding, enough to fuel it for days. At the top of the food chain, it can prey on almost anything that crosses its path. Large prey is the tiger's top priority. Deer, moose, reindeer, and wild boar must be extremely cautious, as in a matter of seconds, they can be attacked by a great cat weighing over 440 pounds. Living in the dense forests, the key to the Siberian tiger's hunting success is stealth, especially in the harsh winter. The tiger avoids long chases, preferring to ambush its prey. They burst from cover, leaping directly onto the prey's neck and subduing it with a powerful bite. If unsuccessful in its initial attack, the Siberian tiger will not hesitate to give chase, accelerating to nearly 50 miles per hour over short distances to capture its meal. After months of relentless snowfall and frozen rivers, spring finally emerges. For the Amur tiger, this means prey will be abundant and the mating season will begin. As spring arrives, Siberia awakens from a long slumber. The thick snow melts, revealing a lush, green carpet of vegetation rising vigorously. The rivers, once bound by ice and snow, now sing a song of freedom. Migratory birds fill the sky, heralding a new reality in wild Siberia. This is perhaps the greatest spectacle of life ever seen in this region. Where the wilderness once seemed to be merely surviving, it is now a paradise on Earth. Of course, only those species that remain to endure the harsh winter can fully appreciate the beauty of this very different Siberia. Among those survivors, at the edge of the northern forests and vast grasslands, is the black grouse. With its lyre-shaped tail and glossy black plumage shimmering with a mystical blue, the black grouse is proof of Siberia's diverse life. When spring arrives, the black grouse develops a vibrant red comb above its eyes. It may seem too fragile to have endured the long winter, but it has its own secrets. After months of perching in treetops, feeding only on pine needles, they eagerly embrace a fresh, lush spring. Food becomes plentiful with berries, young shoots, and shrubs. Unlike migratory birds, the black grouse is quite sedentary. They typically live within areas of 4 to 8 square miles. Like the black grouse, predators also rejoice in the abundance of prey that spring brings. When a threat approaches, the black grouse will flap its wings and fly a short distance at low altitude to escape danger. For the black grouse, love is in the air, and there is no better way to celebrate than by finding a female to expand the family. Their mating ritual is truly captivating. At dawn, the males gather in display areas, known as leks. The males display their vitality by fanning their lyre-shaped tails and singing melodious songs. When a male is successful, the female flies off to find a safe place to lay her eggs. She usually digs a nest in tall vegetation or at the base of a tree. For about 25 days, the female will incubate the eggs and protect them from predators. When the chicks hatch, the single mother's work is not yet over. At 14 days old, the chicks can already make short flights and follow their mother in search of food. One of the first lessons they must learn is to enjoy the spring to its fullest. Leaving the grasslands and heading deeper into the forest, a howl echoes from afar. The wolf pack is ecstatic about the abundance of prey that spring brings. The hardships of winter are now just a memory. Wolves begin to shed their thick winter coats for a thinner layer, better suited to the milder weather. At dawn and dusk, the wolf pack spreads terror among the forest creatures. They move in coordination with an uncontrollable hunger. With packs that can be very large, and an adult wolf consuming about 9 pounds of meat per day, they focus on hunting large prey, enough for all. In their sights are deer, moose, wild boar, and bison, especially with the abundance that spring provides. To find prey in the vast Siberian forests, wolves use their sophisticated sense of smell. Upon detecting prey, the entire pack will follow the trail. When hunting, wolves have various strategies, depending on the size of the prey and the terrain. When vegetation allows, the pack will surround the prey from multiple directions and attack simultaneously. The element of surprise is key to success. Another favored strategy of the wolf pack is to pursue the prey until it is exhausted and collapses under their bites. After a very long chase, the outcome is almost always the same. The prey collapses from exhaustion and is quickly torn apart by the pack. The successful existence of the wolf pack in a place as harsh as Siberia is due to its complex hierarchy, where each member knows its place and its duty. While wolves live in organized packs, another predator prefers a solitary life on the high mountain slopes of southern Siberia, the formidable snow leopard. The ghost of the mountains, as it is often called, is a majestic cat, weighing up to 120 pounds and measuring 5 feet in length. With its thick, pale grey coat, the snow leopard is perfectly camouflaged in its rocky environment. Traditionally, a single male dominates a territory of up to 386 square miles. With large paws, small ears, and a thick coat, the name snow leopard is no coincidence. The snow leopard possesses a tail nearly as long as its body. It is not just a rudder to help it balance when leaping across cliffs. It also becomes a warm scarf to wrap around its nose to filter the cold air before it enters the lungs. This large cat is perfectly adapted to the harsh winter conditions of Siberia. The snow leopard lives in very high regions, where low temperatures are not a survival challenge, but a constant. One of the challenges of this isolated habitat is the scarcity of prey. Species like deer, reindeer, or moose do not typically roam these desolate slopes. To solve this problem, the snow leopard focuses on the species that dare to disturb its tranquility, such as the Siberian ibex, chamois, and marmots. Thanks to its grey coat, the snow leopard can camouflage perfectly in the rocky environment year-round. Silence is its best hunting tool. The snow leopard usually finishes its prey with a powerful bite to the neck. With its powerful legs, besides making impressive leaps, the snow leopard can reach speeds of up to 37 miles per hour in short chases. No matter how fast the prey runs, sooner or later it will be caught. Sometimes, the Siberian ecosystem generously bestows upon the king of the mountains a sumptuous feast of carrion. The victims of slippery cliffs are a perfectly acceptable meal. In contrast to the simple plumage of the black grouse in the south of eastern Siberia, in the calm summer waters, the colorful mandarin duck is enjoying a cool bath. Although majestic Siberia is home to wild giants, it is also a comfortable habitat for the small mandarin duck, one of the world's smallest waterfowl. The mandarin duck is a representative of the beauty of the Siberian fauna. Even amidst the vibrant summer ecosystem, this small bird is not overshadowed by its brilliant colors. Although very easy to see, having such a striking coat is sometimes not a good idea. There is always a predator or two wanting to make the mandarin duck a part of their diet. Species that are not interested in the beauty, but only in the taste of the mandarin duck, include owls, red foxes, and martens. The mandarin duck, knowing that nature has been generous with its appearance but not with its fighting skills, will choose the easy way out and flee as soon as it feels threatened. One of the keys to this small bird's survival is its adaptability in diet. In spring and summer, it eats worms, insects, fish, frogs, and basically anything within reach. After mating, with 9 to 12 eggs on the way, the female does something rather strange. She practices brood parasitism, which is leaving some of her eggs hidden in the nests of other females. After completing her mandatory maternal duties for some of the young, the female will build her own nest in a tree near the water. The female will incubate the eggs herself, being solely responsible. The male, unable to handle the pressure, leaves just before the young are born. The single mother will take on the task of raising her large family. The little ones had better learn quickly, because the leaves are beginning to fall, signaling the approach of autumn. With the arrival of autumn in Siberia, the air becomes tense. The slight drop in temperature brings with it unpleasant memories of the past winter. While most species are trying to enjoy the last days of pleasant temperatures, some have already begun to prepare for winter. Such is the case of the very provident Siberian chipmunk. As soon as it feels the slight drop in temperature, the chipmunk wastes no time and gets to work. As a small rodent of no more than 5 ounces, the chipmunk knows very well that the key to survival is to complete its tasks before winter freezes everything. The first task is to build a cozy home to protect it from the harsh cold. Although there are plenty of trees, the chipmunk prefers to live underground. Thanks to its strong claws, the chipmunk has no problem digging and building its winter shelter. It constructs true complexes up to 10 feet long and 6.5 feet deep, with storage rooms, latrines, and even a cozy nest. Although chipmunks can live in colonies, each one usually has its own territory, meaning each must dig its own winter shelter. With a home prepared, one of the chipmunk's biggest concerns is keeping its small body well nourished. In autumn, The chipmunk aims to maximize its body fat percentage. However, that will not be enough to endure the coming 8 months of winter. Therefore, the chipmunk will work to create a personal store of seeds and nuts to eat when the entire forest is once again cloaked in white. As the chipmunk sees sunlight for the last time in a long while, the greatest fear of countless wild animals comes true. The Siberian winter has returned. While many species lament the early return of winter, in the north, where the water is gradually freezing over again, a white giant stands, up to 5 feet at the shoulder and capable of reaching 10 feet when standing on its hind legs. For the polar bear, the return of winter is like a miracle. The northern coast of Siberia is once again freezing over, creating thousands of miles of ice for the bear to travel in search of food. After a summer of scarcity due to the melting ice, winter will bring many surprises. As soon as a thin layer of ice forms, the polar bear begins its long journey north. Although winter assaults its habitat with temperatures down to -76 degrees Fahrenheit, the polar bear walks as if nothing is happening, thanks to its thick, white fur. Beneath this coat, the polar bear possesses a large amount of blubber, ensuring a perfect thermal layer for the long, cold months ahead. When the temperature drops, its special feast also begins. After venturing deep into the frozen Arctic, the polar bear immediately switches to hunting mode. The target is the unfortunate ringed seals that have fallen into the sights of the most ferocious predator of Arctic Siberia. The polar bear often stalks near the breathing holes that seals leave in the ice. When the unsuspecting seal pokes its head up to breathe, it will face a fierce and very hungry bear. If unlucky when hunting on the ice, the polar bear does not hesitate to plunge into the icy waters to bring home its own food. Thanks to its huge paws, besides walking on ice and snow, the polar bear is also an extraordinary swimmer. A bear can even swim a distance of up to 56 miles in search of food. With an insatiable appetite, capable of devouring up to 88 pounds of fat and meat in one meal, it gains an enormous source of energy for the subsequent days of hunting. When the weather is harsh with relentless blizzards, the polar bear has no choice but to dig a small den for shelter. It can stay in the den for days without coming out. Although very happy that the Siberian winter has finally arrived, the polar bear knows very well that this will not last forever. When the snow melts due to an early spring, lean days are inevitable. Today, the greatest threat to Siberia no longer comes from its winter, but from the rapid change of the Earth's climate itself. The Arctic sea ice is melting faster than at any other time in modern history. For the polar bear, each day of melting ice is not just a loss of territory, but the disappearance of its very foundation for survival. As winters become shorter and more unpredictable, even the most perfect predators begin to lose their advantage. It is not just the polar bear. The entire Siberian ecosystem is changing profoundly. Early ice melt disrupts the migration cycles of reindeer. The taiga forests are more vulnerable to fire as temperatures rise. Eagles, wolves, and herbivores are forced to adapt to a new ecological rhythm, one that is faster, more unstable, and more fragile. This turns Siberia into a giant natural laboratory for climate change. What happens here is not just a story of Russia or the Arctic, but an early warning for the entire planet. However, science also offers us hope. Conservation programs, sustainable forest management, and ecological reserves are proving that humanity can develop without destroying. When ecosystems are protected, nature has a much greater capacity for recovery than we might imagine. Siberia, however harsh, remains a symbol of fierce vitality if we give it a chance. Because Siberia is not just a land of ice and beasts. It is a powerful reminder that when humanity learns to respect nature's limits, life will always find a way to continue. The beating heart of a tropical ecosystem. A place where the slowest find a miraculous means of survival. And the swiftest tear through the silent air. All is woven into an ancient harmony. Here, the line between life and death is drawn in a single, fleeting moment. Welcome to the wild and vibrant heart of Costa Rica. This nation covers just 0.03% of the Earth's surface, yet it shelters nearly 6% of the world's known biodiversity. Poised between North and South America, Costa Rica serves as a vital biological bridge, a unique sanctuary where rich ecosystems converge and blend. Here, birds of iridescent plumage, rare wildlife, and a myriad of unique plants coexist in an ancient accord. But do not be deceived by this serene beauty. This is a world where nature exists in its most primal form, full of rivalry and mystery. Corcovado National Park, the beating heart of Costa Rica's tropical ecosystem, is a treasure trove of life. As the first rays of sunlight pierce the morning mist, the sacred forest is awakened by the distinctive, croaking call of the keel-billed toucan. With their vibrant feathers and gleaming beaks, they stand out against the emerald canopy, gliding gracefully among colossal tree trunks. The keel-billed toucan, a famously sociable creature, is seldom found in solitude. These birds often travel in small family groups, their interactions a boisterous affair. Their unique, serrated beaks are perfectly designed for consuming tropical fruits, making them true sowers of the forest. As the dawn spreads, a deep, resonant howl echoes from the highest tiers of the canopy. It is the call of the mantled howler monkey, which possesses one of the loudest vocalizations in the terrestrial animal kingdom. Their calls can travel up to 3 miles through the dense foliage. This astonishing volume is produced by a large hyoid bone in the throat, which acts as a natural amplification chamber. This powerful call not only marks territory, but also maintains contact with its troop in the forests of Manuel Antonio. Yet, this howl can sometimes become an urgent alarm, warning the entire troop of a silent danger lurking below. The predator that puts the entire forest on alert is none other than the jaguar, a master of stealth and speed. After the echoes of the howler monkeys subside, the forest bustles with the arrival of white-faced capuchins. Agile, intelligent, and inquisitive, they move vividly through branches and vines in search of their morning meal. The white-faced capuchin is recognized as one of the most resourceful primates. They are capable of using tools, such as stones or branches, to break open the shells of tough nuts. Despite their adept climbing skills, they never let down their guard when venturing to the perilous forest floor. At any moment, a member of the troop may freeze, its gaze intensely focused, analyzing the slightest movement on the ground. The dense jungle conceals countless refuges for predators like snakes and felines. The forest silence is suddenly broken by a brilliant display of color as the scarlet macaws appear. Their spectacular plumage is a blend of vivid red, brilliant yellow, and deep blue, creating a perfect chromatic harmony. The scarlet macaw is not only an icon of the forest, but also a diligent gardener, contributing to its ecosystem. With an impressive wingspan of nearly 3.5 feet and a flight speed of up to 35 miles per hour, they easily forage for fruits, nuts, and seeds in the highest canopy. By feeding on fruits, they inadvertently transport seeds across vast distances, contributing to the regeneration and expansion of the forest. Scarlet macaws have a remarkable lifespan, living up to 50 years in the wild, thanks to their intelligence and an extraordinary memory for feeding locations. They are monogamous and often bond with one partner for life. They also pass down valuable survival strategies to subsequent generations. Amidst the damp foliage, a miniature world of peril unfolds on the forest floor. Should you encounter a poison dart frog, admire it from a distance. Despite its tiny size, this is one of the forest's most formidable creatures. Its brilliant skin, in tones of yellow, orange, blue, or red, is no accident. It is a clear warning, known as aposematism. These colors signal to predators that the frog is highly toxic. Its skin secretes a potent alkaloid poison. This toxin can cause immediate paralysis or death to any creature that attempts an attack. As the midday sun casts a dappled light upon the forest floor, a northern tamandua moves with deliberate, silent grace. Though mostly nocturnal, it is out during the day, perhaps driven by hunger, or to avoid its most feared predator, the jaguar. Although an expert climber, the tamandua spends only about 40% of its time in the trees, with the remainder spent on the vulnerable ground. Its tubular snout and long, sticky tongue, reaching up to 16 inches, allow it to capture termites and ants hidden in crevices or rotting logs. Absorbed in its search for insects, the tamandua sometimes fails to notice the silent approach of a jaguar. Its slow metabolism is an advantage for conserving energy, but it becomes a fatal flaw when confronted with the speed and power of the jaguar. As a new day begins in the Costa Rican highlands, the resplendent quetzal, a sacred bird, soars through the misty canopy. This magnificent bird makes its home in the mystical cloud forests, a rare and humid ecosystem encircling the Irazu and Poas volcanoes. Rising to over 11,000 feet, Irazu stands as Costa Rica's tallest volcano. At its summit lies a tranquil, mineral-green crater lake. Meanwhile, the nearby Poas volcano remains active, frequently sending plumes of steam and sulfur into the air. The quetzal itself is a living marvel of antiquity, adorned with emerald green plumage, a fiery red breast, and pure white undertail coverts. In Mayan and Aztec mythology, the quetzal symbolized freedom, wealth, and supreme power. The Maya revered the quetzal as the embodiment of the feathered serpent god, a deity who ruled both sky and earth. They believed that to capture or kill a quetzal was a crime punishable by death. This mythical bird is now rare, and its existence depends entirely on the conservation of its cloud forest habitat. On the Corcovado Peninsula, a creature moves with extraordinary slowness. It is the three-toed sloth, the slowest animal on Earth. Its thick, coarse fur often takes on a greenish hue from symbiotic algae, providing perfect camouflage among the branches and leaves. Moving at such a slow pace, they are almost invisible to predators like the harpy eagle and the jaguar. The three-toed sloth spends between 15 and 20 hours a day, sleeping or resting, suspended upside down from high branches in a state of absolute tranquility. Its long, curved claws, some up to 4 inches in length, act as natural hooks, allowing it to cling to trees with minimal effort. This incredible slowness is, paradoxically, its greatest survival strategy. It renders the sloth nearly undetectable to predators that rely on movement. Its diet consists mainly of leaves that are difficult to digest, so it has evolved an extremely low metabolic lifestyle to conserve energy. Its digestion is so slow that it needs to descend to the ground only about once a week to relieve itself. This rare moment is the most perilous part of its life, when it must leave the safety of the canopy and face terrestrial predators. Wandering through the Corcovado forest, the Baird's tapir moves like a prehistoric guardian of the jungle. As the largest terrestrial mammal in Central America, its robust body can weigh up to 660 pounds. Using its long, flexible nose like a small trunk, the tapir scans every corner of the forest, sniffing out food hidden in the vegetation. This sensitive nose also detects the faintest signs of danger, such as the scent of a lurking predator. Although a jaguar will not often attack an adult tapir, it never lets down its guard. The young can always become a target. When it senses danger, the tapir quickly crashes through the undergrowth toward a nearby body of water, diving deep to escape. Despite its size, it is an excellent swimmer and can hold its breath for several minutes, turning the dark water into a safe haven. The tapir is also a landscape architect and a tireless seed transporter for the forest. By consuming vast quantities of fruit, it inadvertently disperses thousands of seeds far and wide. The sacred lands of Tortuguero hold nature's ancient secrets. Nightly, on the volcanic sands, The green sea turtle, a living emblem of this place, begins a resilient cycle of life. In the water, they are graceful and swift swimmers. When necessary, a green turtle can produce astonishing bursts of speed. During the breeding season, sea turtles from across the oceans undertake a remarkable migration, traveling thousands of miles to return to the very beach where they were born. Under the cover of darkness, these ancient beings haul themselves ashore. The adult turtles, weighing nearly 450 pounds, move slowly but with great determination to find the perfect nesting site. The mother turtle carefully excavates a deep chamber with her hind flippers, gently depositing between 100 and 200 eggs, entrusting the next generation to the warmth of the sand. Her task complete, she silently returns to the sea, exhausted but her mission fulfilled. About 2 months later, hundreds of hatchlings break free from their shells, guided by instinct and the light of the horizon towards the ocean. It is a moment both miraculous and perilous, as they must cross the long stretch of sand, evading crabs, birds, and other predators to reach safety. Silently, the whale shark glides through the deep blue waters surrounding Cocos Island, a wild and remote oasis in the open ocean. Beneath the waves, Cocos Island is an extraordinary marine sanctuary, home to thousands of rare sea creatures, particularly schools of hammerhead sharks. Among the most impressive residents is the whale shark, the world's largest fish, which can reach up to 39 feet in length and weigh over 22 tons. Despite its immense size, the whale shark moves with incredible grace and at a leisurely pace, rarely exceeding 3 miles per hour. Its serene movement is in perfect rhythm with the pulse of the deep sea. Known as a gentle giant, the whale shark does not hunt like its sharp-toothed relatives. Instead, it is a filter feeder, swimming slowly near the surface with its mouth, which can be over 3 feet wide, agape to collect plankton, krill, and small fish. Underwater, its dark skin is adorned with thousands of white spots, glittering like a starry night sky. Each of these patterns is unique, like a human fingerprint. In these waters, the whale shark perfectly demonstrates that strength does not necessarily equate to aggression. Marino Balena National Park, stretching along Costa Rica's Pacific coast, is named for a remarkable natural formation, the Punta Uvita sandbar. At low tide, a spit of sand and rock emerges in the perfect shape of a colossal whale's tail. But this park is more than a geological marvel. It is a vital sanctuary for thousands of migratory marine species. The warm waves are an ideal seasonal refuge for humpback whales, the gentle giants of the ocean. From July to October, and again from December to March, these magnificent creatures migrate nearly 10,000 miles from the frigid waters of the poles. Their epic journey culminates in Costa Rica, where warm, safe waters welcome them to breed and nurture their young. As night falls, the tranquil ocean transforms into an underwater concert hall filled with the complex and resonant songs of the humpback whales. The males perform melodies that can last up to 20 minutes and be repeated for hours, like love calls in a timeless dance. In Marino Balena Park, they breach, spin, and slap their fins on the surface, performing spectacular acrobatics. The park's waters also come alive with the arrival of graceful permanent residents, the bottlenose dolphins. Renowned for their high intelligence and sociability, bottlenose dolphins are extraordinary communicators. They live in complex social groups, using a sophisticated system of clicks and calls. Each dolphin has a signature whistle, which functions much like a name. Reaching lengths of up to 13 feet, these agile creatures captivate onlookers with their energetic acrobatics, including impressive synchronized leaps. These displays are not just playful antics. They are often a means of communication, signaling danger, coordinating hunts, or strengthening social bonds. While the poison dart frog uses color as a warning, the red-eyed tree frog employs a brilliantly startling strategy. This frog's prominent, bright red eyes are a crucial survival tool known as startle coloration. When asleep during the day, it is camouflaged in green. But when disturbed, it abruptly opens its eyes, creating a shocking visual effect for a predator. Simultaneously, it extends its legs, revealing vibrant blue and yellow flanks, making its body appear larger and more intimidating. This clever display can confuse predators, like snakes or birds, buying it a precious moment to escape. In the intricate web of the jungle, the red-eyed tree frog stands out as a master of visual deception. As night falls, the rainforest completely transforms, becoming the domain of silent predators. Green tree snakes glide effortlessly through leaves and over rocks with a lethal grace. The emerald tree boa, its scales mimicking the foliage, becomes an invisible spectre of the forest. Its sensitive body detects heat from nearby warm-blooded animals, allowing it to pinpoint prey even in complete darkness. Tonight, however, its attention is divided. It is focused not only on its prey, but is also wary of an imminent danger. The snake moves cautiously, acutely aware of the persistent, musky scent of the jaguar that marks its territory. In the deep darkness, size and skill do not guarantee safety. Every creature, whether predator or prey, must exercise extreme caution. Every living thing knows an unspoken truth. The night belongs to the jaguar. It is the time when the ultimate predator awakens. The jaguar, the undisputed king of the night. Its padded paws glide silently over the damp earth, a whisper in the shadows. At nearly 7 feet long and weighing up to 200 pounds, the jaguar is not only the largest cat in the Americas, but it also possesses the most powerful bite of all big cats. Under the faint moonlight, its golden coat, adorned with rosette markings, allows it to merge perfectly into the forest shadows. Its piercing yellow eyes, reflecting the faintest glimmers of light, catch the slightest movement. In the jaguar's presence, the forest seems to hold its breath. Every creature, from the smallest insect to other bold predators, feels its aura. Suddenly, a faint rustle from the undergrowth. The killer's instinct awakens. The jaguar lowers its body, slinking close to the ground. Every muscle is tense, ready to uncoil. Its eyes lock onto the source of the sound. A peccary has strayed into the king's realm. With one powerful leap, the jaguar launches forward, a storm of shadow and muscle shattering the night's silence. The battle is over before it has even begun. The jaguar stands over its prey, a living embodiment of nature's raw and unforgiving power. The jaguar is more than just an apex predator. It is the embodiment of power and ecological balance in the jungle. Unlike social felines, it lives a solitary life, a silent and mysterious guardian, fiercely protecting its vast dominion. Its territory spans hundreds of square miles, and every paw print, every claw mark, is a clear warning to rivals. Unlike other cats, the jaguar loves water. It swims with ease across rivers and swamps in search of food, or to traverse its territory. For the indigenous peoples, the jaguar is not just an animal. It is a sacred symbol, a spirit animal, and a guardian of the forest. Ancient legends tell of the jaguar as a mystical messenger, a bridge between the human world and the spiritual forces of nature. However, modern reality casts a dark shadow over this king. Over the past 2 decades, the jaguar population has alarmingly declined by 25%. This silent alarm from Costa Rica is an urgent cry from creatures losing their homes to persistent environmental threats. Climate change remains a pressing issue, with rising temperatures and altered rainfall patterns severely impacting fragile habitats. The famed Monteverde golden toad, for instance, was declared extinct in 2019, a victim of global warming and disease. Deforestation, driven by agriculture and urban development, has drastically reduced forest cover, fragmenting and eliminating essential habitats. As habitats shrink, the animal populations that depend on them decline. The Baird's tapir is now classified as endangered, with its population having fallen by more than 50%. Water and soil pollution from agricultural chemicals and industrial waste further jeopardize the health and reproduction of many species. And yet, hope remains. In every replanted tree, in every protected drop of seawater, Costa Rica's devotion to nature is evident. Though a small nation, Costa Rica has dedicated over 25% of its land to protected areas, a world record. Today, Costa Rica boasts an impressive network of 27 national parks, alongside numerous forest and biological reserves. Thanks to tireless conservation efforts and pioneering environmental policies, Costa Rica has restored over 50% of its forest cover. Rare species like the scarlet macaw have also made remarkable comebacks through reintroduction programs, proving that love and dedication can revive what once seemed lost. On July 26, 2024, Costa Rica launched an ambitious project to restore its mangrove forests, safeguarding crucial coastal ecosystems. This initiative not only preserves marine life, but also strengthens the resilience of its coastlines against climate change. Every person involved in these initiatives is not only helping to protect their country, but they are also fulfilling a shared mission to care for and protect the Earth. Together, we can preserve the rich biodiversity and breathtaking landscapes of this planet for generations to come. Cut off from the rest of the world by a vast ocean. Between reality and illusion, another planet exists. A forgotten kingdom where evolution has woven a tapestry of infinite forms. From the arid south to the ancient forests, adaptation is the essence of life. A stage for dancers and masters of disguise. Let us now discover the soul of the most mysterious island on Earth. Madagascar, an island of secrets and wonders where life has evolved unlike anywhere else on Earth. Crossing the immense oceans to this island of secrets, we encounter a creature that seems to defy the ordinary laws of physics. Here, amid the forest canopy where life has taken a completely different course, a true artist prepares to take the stage. With no need for running or crawling, this character chooses its own proud path, the Sifaka lemur. They are the ballet dancers of the forest. One that transforms movement across open spaces into a mesmerizing, bouncing dance. Its arms held high, as if conducting the rhythm of the forest. Its body is perfectly engineered for this locomotion. The hind legs, disproportionately long and powerful compared to the forelimbs, make walking on all fours inefficient. Long arms and legs allow it to clear great distances in a single leap, sometimes up to 33 feet from one branch to another. On the ground, its movement is just as unique, a curious bouncing dance as it travels with arms raised for balance. The Sifaka has soft, white fur, though some subspecies have patches of brown or black on their bodies. Its diet consists mainly of leaves, flowers, and fruit. Like many other lemurs, it plays a vital role in seed dispersal, helping to regenerate the forests of Madagascar. Socially, Sifakas live in small groups, usually of 5 to 10 individuals, with leadership often held by the females. They use distinctive calls to communicate, warning the group of predators, or simply to keep in touch while moving through the canopy. From the Sifaka's improvised solo dances on the ground, we move deeper into the arid lands of the south. Here, a more boisterous and complex society operates under its own strict rules. The ring-tailed lemur is one of Madagascar's most iconic primates, distinguished by its long, black and white striped tail. This feature is not merely for show. It plays a crucial role in communication among troop members. Ring-tailed lemurs are highly social, living in troops of some 30 individuals, organized into a matriarchy where females are dominant. They lead the group in decisions about foraging and shelter, a social structure uncommon among primates. This lemur is active during the day and spends most of its time on the ground, unlike many of its tree-dwelling relatives. The tail is used as a visual flag as they move through open areas, helping troop members stay together. During confrontations between males, the tail is also a tool of conflict. They engage in so-called stink fights, rubbing their tails on scent glands and then wafting the aroma to mark territory and intimidate rivals. The ring-tailed lemur's diet is highly varied, including fruit, leaves, flowers, and even tree sap. When food is scarce, they show remarkable adaptability, consuming whatever is available, such as bark and cacti. Another notable behavior is their morning sunbathing. They sit with arms outstretched, exposing their bellies to the sun to warm up before starting their daily activities. This seemingly simple act is crucial for their thermal regulation. In stark contrast to the clamor of stink fights or the hierarchical dynamics of the lemur troop, Madagascar still has residents who choose a tranquil pace of life, challenging the very flow of time. The radiated tortoise is renowned for its star-patterned yellow markings, making it one of the world's most beautiful tortoises. Its diet consists mainly of grasses, cactus, and fallen fruit, adapted to the arid environment it inhabits. With a lifespan that can easily exceed 100 years, it grows slowly, relying on its solid shell for protection against predators. This reptile is a solitary creature, spending most of its time wandering in search of food. During the breeding season, the female digs into the earth to lay her eggs, and the hatchlings emerge already bearing their characteristic radiant patterns. Leaving behind the slow, deliberate steps of the ancient tortoise on the arid ground, we enter the shade of the forests, where the line between the real and the illusory is blurred by masters of camouflage and color. Also perfectly adapted to its environment, but with a completely different set of skills, is the Parsons chameleon. The Parsons chameleon is one of the largest in the world, capable of reaching up to 27 inches in length. This majestic reptile is a true master of concealment, able to change its color to blend flawlessly with its surroundings, or to express its emotional state. Its skin, with shades ranging from green and blue to yellow, not only helps it hide from predators, but also plays a key role in communicating with its own kind. A chameleon does not change color by altering skin pigments. It actually adjusts microscopic crystals within its skin cells to reflect light at different wavelengths. Their movements are incredibly slow, deliberate, and cautious. Its tongue, however, is a lethally precise weapon. It can be launched at astonishing speed, extending 1.5 times its body length, excluding the tail, to snatch insects and small animals with surgical precision. Beyond its hunting prowess, the Parsons chameleon is also known for its solitary nature. While the Parsons chooses to conceal itself, its relative turns its body into a vibrant canvas for communication. The panther chameleon is one of Madagascar's most brilliant and captivating species, famous for its ability to undergo dramatic changes in color and appearance. The males, in particular, can display a diverse palette of colors, including greens, blues, reds, and yellows. These colors vary depending on the region of the island, giving each population its own characteristic hues. The panther chameleon's color changes not solely for camouflage. It is also a vital form of communication. When a male feels threatened or is competing with another for territory or a mate, its colors become more vibrant and striking. This visual display is a clear warning to rivals. Conversely, females change color when pregnant or stressed, signaling to males that they are not available to mate. The panther chameleon is an extremely effective hunter. Its tongue can be projected at the speed of a bullet, catching prey at a distance of 1.5 to 2 times its body length. It feeds on insects and small vertebrates, waiting patiently until prey is within range, then launching its tongue in a flash. Beneath the lower leaves, another reptile breaks the rules of darkness to seek out nature's sweetness. The day gecko, also known as Phelsuma, is one of Madagascar's most impressive reptiles. With brilliant colors that can include shades of green, blue, red, and yellow, this species stands out for both its beauty and its unusual behavior. Unlike many other geckos that are active at night, the day gecko is primarily diurnal, making it a fascinating exception in the world of lizards. The day gecko's bright, colorful skin is not just an aesthetic feature. Its coloration plays a crucial role in communication, especially during mating season and for defending territory. Males may become more vibrant and display bold patterns to intimidate rivals or attract mates, using color as a clear visual signal of dominance. These geckos primarily inhabit tropical and humid forests, where they prefer to live on trees and other vertical surfaces. The adhesive pads on their feet are highly specialized, allowing them to climb almost any surface. They feed on small insects like flies and beetles, as well as tree sap and nectar, another unusual trait in their diet. By feeding on nectar, they also contribute to the pollination of plants, becoming an essential part of the Madagascan ecosystem. From these tiny jewels shining in the sun, let us look up to the highest tiers of the forest. Here, the answers to cohesion and territory are not written in color or scent, but in sound. A primal symphony that echoes through the valleys. The Indri is the largest living lemur in Madagascar and one of the island's great symbols. With its dense black and white coat, it is famed for its powerful leaps of up to 33 feet through the rainforests of eastern Madagascar. Powerful legs allow it to move with great agility through the branches, making it one of the most adept climbing primates. One of the most captivating aspects of the Indri is its call. It produces long, plaintive howls, a haunting song that can echo through the forest and be heard from up to 1¼ miles away. These calls are used to communicate between group members and to define territory. Each Indri family has its own unique song, a distinctive auditory signature. Unlike other lemurs, the Indri has no long tail. Instead, it uses its sturdy body and powerful legs for balance and propulsion. It feeds mainly on leaves, flowers, and fruit. Because its diet is low in calories, it must spend many hours each day foraging. The Indri is also monogamous, a rare behavior among primates. Pairs form strong, lasting bonds and work together to care for their single infant, which is born only once every 2 or 3 years. In a world where life is in constant motion, there are still those who choose to remain hidden, like ghosts. Among the hollows of old trees, a pair of brilliant yellow eyes patiently observes the slightest movement without ever leaving its post. The Madagascar long-eared owl is a nocturnal bird endemic to the island, easily recognized by its large yellow eyes and brown plumage, which provides excellent camouflage in the dense forests. An effective predator, it relies on exceptional vision and acute hearing to hunt small mammals, insects, and reptiles. A remarkable feature of this owl is its ability to rotate its head nearly 270 degrees, giving it an expansive field of view without moving its body. This is essential for spotting prey while remaining perfectly still, waiting for the right moment to strike. These owls typically nest in tree hollows or on cliff ledges. As our journey through Madagascar comes to a close, we have witnessed the incredible diversity of species that inhabit this unique island. From the lemurs that dance gracefully through the trees, to the chameleons that are masters of disguise, each species has shown us the beauty and complexity of the natural world. Madagascar is not just a place of survival, but a place to thrive, where life continues to evolve in the most unexpected ways. Together, we can explore and celebrate the wonders of the natural world and protect them for generations to come.